Recording in progress.
Good morning, Masi. Are we good to proceed?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, we can proceed, Chairperson.
Wonderful. Members of Parliament and of this committee, Deputy Minister Kekana, delegations which we have today from the DPSA, the PSC, the Parliamentary Legal Advisors, and also the Parliamentary Support staff, and any members of the media or the public. Let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody present to this committee meeting this morning. As per our standard procedure, I would just like to please ask that the agenda be projected onto the screen so that we can move for adoption of the agenda today. Members, there we have it. That is our agenda for today. We're going to have a report on the Central Register for verification of disciplinary processes against public servants. That's going to be done by the DPSA. We're going to have a monitoring report on the management of grievances as well from the Public Service Commission. And members, after that, we will look at the tabling, the first round or the introduction of the tabling of the private members' bill called the Insourcing Bill, and we will get a briefing on that from the Parliamentary Legal Advisor. And then also, members, lastly, we will just look at the start of our concept paper for our study tour and look at some of the suggestions which are in there. Members, and then obviously there will be chances for deliberations after the reports, and also chances for deliberations after the tabling of the members' bill and also of the study tour information. Members, can I please have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? I see Honourable Pretty Kaba. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and everyone in the platform, all protocol observed. Chair, I move the agenda to be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, can I have a seconder, please, for the adoption of the agenda? Honourable Malinga, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm seconding the moving of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Malinga. Members, with that, the agenda has been duly adopted, and we can move forward with the business as it is in front of us. Members, the next point on the agenda is apologies. I have received an apology from the Minister, who said that he has delegated the deputy minister to be with us today, and that she will lead the delegation. And then we have also, and he also noted that he needs to be at a Department of Public Service and Administration Men's Forum event today, where he will be appearing. But we are glad that he delegated the deputy minister to be with us today to lead the DPSA delegation. Members, I also saw an apology from Honourable Leklape, who just noted that he is in the health meeting today. Is there any other apologies that needs to be noted that has been received?
Chair.
Honourable Pulwane.
Yes, Chair. Good morning, members of Parliament, our support staff, the Department of Public Service Commissioner, and our legal advisor. Good morning, everyone in the platform. Chair, I will request the early release at 12:30. If the meeting can prolong, I have another meeting of women, a person with disability at 12:30. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pulwane. That is duly noted, and you can proceed accordingly. I see the hand of Zandile Ngubeni. You are free to proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members and colleagues. I'm Zandile Ngubeni in the Office of the Deputy Minister. Chair, I just wanted to pass her apologies. The DM was just rushing from another engagement, and she will be logging in shortly. So just a few minutes delayed. I just wanted to send that apology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngubeni. We note that, and as soon as she has joined the meeting, we will give her an opportunity to just.
I'm in now. I was
Okay.
in the CSIR. Yes.
Good timing, Deputy Minister. Good timing. Good morning to you, Deputy Minister. Thank you for joining us. I think now that you are on the line, I will actually open the floor to you as well. Oh, sorry, before we move on, let me just see, is there any other apologies that need to be noted? Members, any other apologies? I see no more hands. Then, members, we can then move on to the next portion of the agenda. And before we do that, I'm just going to give the Deputy Minister an opportunity for some opening remarks, whereafter I will also make some opening remarks. Deputy Minister Kekana, it's wonderful to have you with us. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our member is the Deputy Minister now, Ma'am Tikan. Because it's the second time you're saying Deputy Minister.
Honourable Member, I follow what you're saying. That's obviously not what I meant. Apologies for the confusion, but Deputy Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. As the Chair has just indicated, I'm with the team from Public Service and Administration. We are tabling here a briefing to the Portfolio Committee on the Central Register. Members will remember that there has always been an outcry of public servants resigning from one sphere of government due to disciplinary hearings and so on, and going to another one without track and tracing. So this is an opportunity where the Minister of Public Service and Administration is empowered by the Public Administration Management Act to put together regulations that cuts across the three spheres of government, especially with regard to the Central Register, where we are able to deal with issues or follow on issues that affect public servants who may have been found on the other side of the law, and then be able to make sure that they don't crisscross the three spheres of government by resigning before the disciplinary hearing is concluded, or even when they were found guilty, they are able to find their way in another sphere of government and become public servants. So let me allow the team that comes from our department to take members through those regulations and then be able to get questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Yes, indeed. During the tabling of the strategic plan of the Department of Public Service and Administration, the department outlined numerous interventions aimed to building a capable and ethical government. Among those interventions is the development of a central register for discipline management. This central register also responds to the state capture recommendations, and it's very important for governance management as well as for accountability reasons. The register, if it is well developed, will assist in strengthening public trust by demonstrating that wrongdoings are tracked and addressed consistently. Members, this is a direct action to calls by this committee and other stakeholders who have, over the years, been very, very concerned about the revolving door policy, where members of the public service escape accountability by dodging disciplinary processes in one sphere or one department of government by then going to another department of government, or just simply even after being found guilty, just being moved to a different part of the government. This central register for discipline management is hopefully the first step in stopping that practice. and we are very excited to hear the development of this. It is long overdue. We also invited the PSC to provide a monitoring report on the management of grievances lodged in the public service, and the committee needs to understand the existing gaps in the system raised through grievances by public servants and encourage the department to close such policy gaps. But with those few words from me, let me introduce the Department of Public Service to give us their monitoring report on the utilization of the Central Register for verification of disciplinary processes against public servants by national and provincial departments in reducing disciplinary cases backlogs by the DPSA. The delegation from the DPSA, I'm unsure who is leading it, but please introduce yourselves and you are free to do your presentation. Thank you very much.
Honourable Chair and Deputy Minister, members, I'm not sure if our DG is in the meeting. I'm Salmon Hogenraad Vermaak, and I'm going to do the presentation. So I tried to share the presentation, but it looks like I'm not able to do so. I don't know if someone from the assist with loading the document.
Yes, thank you very much. Masi, can we please assist Mr. Solomon to just have his presentation or have viewing rights or streaming rights or whatever it's called?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, I've given the rights to share.
Yes. Can I just take this opportunity, and apologies, this is not aimed at yourself specifically, but I would just like to encourage members of the committee, members of the DPSA, all present, that when you speak, that you turn on your video, that we can just see you, even if it is just for a brief moment, so that we can just verify who you are. It's nice for us to just be able to put faces to the names, so we really do appreciate that when you speak, you switch on your video camera, and we do understand that if you want to switch it off after that for reception purposes, that is also fine. But thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Chair, I've shared the document, but I don't see that it's flagging or that it's.
I can confirm we can see it. It says monitoring report on the utilization.
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. On my side, I can't see it, but I hope that it will continue as I move on. I'm now to the second slide. Can you confirm that you can follow?
Yes, we can follow. If you want, you can just put it into presentation mode. It currently shows us your toolbar and the rest as well. So there we go. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So the purpose of the presentation is just to give some feedback on the utilization of the Central Register for Discipline, as indicated now by the Chair and also alluded to by the Deputy Minister. Like indicated, this is a direct response to the findings of the Zondo Commission, or the Commission of State Capture, indicating that there is a lack of a mechanism where you find that a person is dismissed in one department and then they get hired in another department. And the solution of that was to look at prescribing the use of a central register that will then allow departments to verify the disciplinary records of all the shortlisted candidates for government posts across the three spheres of government. So it's not only for national and provincial departments, but also then for municipalities. So looking at the time frame that we as a task team looked at this central register, we started in 2023, where under the State Capture Committee Program Management Office in the Presidency, a task team was convened with the DPSA, the National Treasury, Department of Cooperative Governance, and the Department of Public Enterprises involved to set up a central register. Two streams were identified to take this work forward. the first stream, the legislative leg, and then the second one, the systems development stream. So in 2024, the Stream 1, the legislative stream, then identified the need for introducing in the public service, now that is the national and provincial departments, directives that will guide the work of the central register and will introduce that. We identified then and developed two directives. The first one is the Directive on Human Resource Management and Development for Public Service Professionalization, which came into effect on the 1st of April 2024. And under 1.39, it's indicated that departments must verify whether an applicant is listed with a disciplinary record in the DPSA single discipline register and or partial before considering an applicant's suitability. The second directive is the one on discipline management that was also adopted and to be effective from 1 April 2024. And in terms of that, all record management of discipline cases must be properly kept by the HODs, and the reports of all disciplinary cases must go to the DPSA as directed by the Minister, and that there must be monitoring of the compliance with the stipulated time frames. So the same time in 2024, Stream 2 started to look at the prototype system, and they developed then a web platform and introduced that register then simultaneously when the directives came in. The prototype web platform was also then introduced to the public service, and that was in April 2024 per circular. You will find that website on the DPSA or the link to the web platform on the DPSA website. It's under that icon that you see there, public service dismissals. And this version then, after a number of iterations, we found that the easiest way and the most effective way and the way that actually conforms to POPIA and other risks is to have the identification number being inputted then on the website, and then the website will indicate whether that ID number is flagged for dismissal or resignation, and then it will give the name of the employee and also the employer and the date of the dismissal or the resignation, and then it will actually request the inquirer to go to that department to get the information, the file that has the information, so that that information can be then considered during the appointment process. This is just a quick screenshot of the central register as it is on the DPSA website, and this is used by the HR officials, where they then input the ID number as I've indicated, and then you will see what the result indicate, that there's no record of dismissal or resignation, or that they did find a record. So just to indicate, on the right you will see the public service dismissals icon that needs to be clicked. That will get you then to the central register. As I've indicated, this to make sure that we do not have any POPIA transgressions in case of hacking of information. There is no data kept on the register. The web was designed to pull the information together from partial, so that when there's inquiry, the information is searched from partial and then shared, and it only flags the employees with the then discipline management issues, and then it guides the one that makes the inquiry to the department to get all the relevant information to the T, so that that information can then be considered when an appointment is made. The idea is also then when the municipalities come on board, that they will share their information in a prescribed manner with the DPSA, so that this information can be then linked to that on the central register. Now, in 2025, this is the beginning of this year, the Stream 1, which is the legislative stream, then drafted the Public Administration Management Regulations for the Central Register for public comment on the 24th of January. We received a number of inputs from notably National Treasury, also the Western Cape Province, some other provinces, and then also we had information from NGOs like Corruption Watch, PARI, the Ethics Institute. We also had some individual members that sent their information, and there we amended the regulations and integrated the inputs that were legal and rational, and we sent that amended regulation then to the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor for certification, and in October 2025 the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor then provided the certification indicating that the regulation is lawful and it's also rational. We also requested certainty on the powers, on the mandate of the Minister, as the Deputy Minister alluded to when she did her opening address, where we then found that there was indeed a mandate for our Minister under Section 18.1a for the Public Administration Management Act to make regulations for all three spheres of government, and that is especially where it concerns matters of his portfolio. So where we are now is that the letters of the concurrence were sent out to the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as well as to the chairperson of the South African Local Government Association, because in terms of Section 18.2 of the Public Administration Management Act, the Minister can exercise his mandate, but he must have concurrence with these three ministers. The letters were already sent to them. It's not the first time that they've been engaged on the regulation. When we sent the first regulation in January, we also notified them of the intention of the Minister to have these regulations, and we did incorporate inputs in the meantime into the regulations. We also have communication with these three entities to get concurrence, and the moment that the concurrence is provided, then we will publish the regulations in the Government Gazette. Our aim is to do that by January next year, and immediately when it's published, it will become then regulation and enforceable, and we will then take hands with especially COCTA, where we will then assist based on what we have found during the implementation or the pilot session that we ran in the DPSA, to assist them with the pulling of the information into a spreadsheet that can be recognized by the web, so that we can then start implementing. We also, the previous quarter, started with a process to raise awareness on the Central Register, especially among the HR officials and the labor relations officials. And this, from this year, from this quarter, we're also going to monitor the usage in the DPSA, in the public service itself, to see how we can also then assist the COCTA in implementing this going forward from the implementation date of the regulations. Chair, this is my presentation.
Thank you very much. Is there okay? Is that, and that's the, there's no further presentation?
No, sir. This is the presentation.
Thank you so much. We then move on to the Public Service Commission to do the monitoring report on the management of grievances, and then afterwards we will deliberate and ask questions. Public Service Commission, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It is quite a pleasure indeed to have this opportunity to do the presentation. My name is Hon Ms Maotwe. I'm leading the delegation this morning. Chairperson, just to be brief, I'm sure you won't mind if I switch off the camera. Now that you've seen who the person is.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Chairperson, honorable members, fellow colleagues from the Department of Public Service and Administration and other guests, it is indeed with a profound sense of appreciation that you extended this invitation to us. And we have the view that it is quite timely to be able to submit and present the results of our monitoring report on the management of grievances logged from 2021 to 2024 within the public service. But what is worth of note, Chairperson, is that what constitutes a grievance may have different connotations, but we'll be able to give a context, because ordinarily a grievance may be a formal complaint made by an employee, often due to perceived injustice or dissatisfaction regarding workplace policies, contract terms, or working conditions. And more often than not, a grievance may include unfair treatment, harassment of any nature, be it physical, verbal, or even semblances of discrimination or a breach of an employment contract. We do, however, have a working definition which characterizes a grievance as an official act or omission that has an adverse effect on the employee or groups of employees, because sometimes we receive group grievances. A further clarification will be provided in the presentation, and therefore the report will provide a statistical representation of grievances emanating from both provincial and national departments and the extent of the resolution thereof. It will also articulate the race, gender, salary levels, and distributions, and the predominant causal factors that have been picked up, and the recommendations that we believe should be considered going forward. In total, we had to contend with no fewer than 11,338 grievances between 2021-22 up to 2023-24. Currently, Chairperson, I'm accompanied by Dr. Sidibe, who's the Deputy Director General responsible for the Leadership and Management Practices Branch, Advocate Malibia, who's the Chief Director responsible for Labor Relations Improvement, who will also be doing the presentation on our behalf. And we do have Mrs. King and Matosa, who are central in the compilation and conclusion of the study that will be presented today. So in order to conclude this exercise, the PSC has to make reference to its constitutional mandate in terms of Section 196 and legislative prescripts like the Public Service Commission Act 1997, the Public Service Act 1994, the PFMA, and the rules that have been compiled by the Commission in terms of the referral and investigation of grievances and employees in the public service. If you may grant me permission, Chairperson, may I hand over to Advocate Malibia, who is going to do the presentation. It's up to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, Commissioner, and colleagues in the meeting. My name is Millicent Malibia, as introduced. I'm going to switch off the camera just for connectivity. Thanks. Let me start sharing.
That's fine. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Is the presentation showing? I've started sharing.
Not yet. Masi, can we just make sure that the presenter has presenting rights?
Yes, Chair, she has.
Is it showing now?
Yes, ma'am, we can see it. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you, members. Okay, this is the presentation on the report of the management of grievances by the Public Service Commission from 2021 to 2024 as indicated. And the outline has already been shared by Commissioner Mavuso. I'm struggling to maneuver here. Okay. I'm not going to talk to the contents of the presentation. I'll move immediately to...
Apologies, ma'am. Maybe I can just make a suggestion. If you just press the presentation button, so at the moment we see everything. We see your toolbar and your message. Yeah, you can just, so it makes the text very small. So you can just press the button to start the presentation. Yeah, it's down there somewhere. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to jump this slide and move to this one indicating who is the Public Service Commission. I guess members already know who the Public Service Commission is. And we have 14 commissioners, 5 in the national department, at the national office, and 9 throughout the provinces. Currently, all the provincial offices have been filled except for 1 in Northwest. And we also have the chairperson of the Public Service Commission as the executive authority of the Office of the Public Service Commission, which is the secretariat that is supporting the Public Service Commission. The Office of the Public Service Commission is led by the DG, who is our advocate Dinky Dube. And the mandate of the Public Service Commission, we know that it's in section 196, and then also its powers and regulations are provided for to make regulations are provided for in the Public Service Commission Act of 1997. Then we have the Public Service Act that also empowers the Public Service Commission to deal with grievances that are referred to the Public Service Commission, amongst others. We have the Public Finance Management Act that, in terms of which the Public Service Commission has mandate also to follow on cases like financial misconduct. And then the obligations of relating to the PSC mandate is in section 196. I'm not going to read all these provisions, but I'd like to indicate that the mandate of the Public Service Commission to deal with grievances is in section 196.4, subsection F and Roman figure 2. And also to indicate as well that in terms of the Public Service Commission Act, the Public Service Commission has got the mandate to make rules that regulates how grievances are referred and investigated by the Public Service Commission. And in line with that, what I'm going to present is provided for in Rule 19.4 of the PSC rules that were gazetted in 2016 and subsequently amended in 2023, read with Rule I-1 of the grievance rules of 2002. Those provisions provide that the Public Service Commission has to receive information from heads of department so that they, on 6-monthly basis, so that they can monitor how the grievances are managed by departments. And then based on that, biannually, the Public Service Commission will will issue a technical brief that will report to National Assembly and also to provincial legislature. And then in the end, we also draft the fact sheet, which we are presenting this morning. Commissioner Mavuso has already explained what is meant by a grievance, the technical definition of a grievance in the public service. I'm going to jump this slide. And now I'm coming to the total number of grievances that were lodged, reported by departments, both national and provincial. As we can see, in 2021-2022, there were 3,206 grievances that were lodged by departments and in national departments, and which was a decrease by 15.4% from the one previously lodged in 2021. And then if we move to provincial departments, we will see that in the same year, they had lodged 5,290, which is a decrease by 5.5% from the previous one lodged in 2020 of 4,622. And then in 2022-2023, that is the second bullet, the National Department reported 4,150 grievances, a decrease by 29.4% from the previous one of 2021-2022. And whereas in the provincial departments, the second last bullet, it was a decrease by 12.6% because they reported 4,625, a decrease from the 5,290 that was reported in the previous financial year. The third bullet from the top, National Department reported 3,682 grievances, which is a decrease by 11.3% from the previous financial year, and provincial departments reported a decrease of 7.3% by reporting 4,286 grievances as compared to the previous financial year. I'm going to, for the sake of time, try to summarize this slide with the other, with slide 8, 10, and 15, just to talk to the total number of grievances that were received by national and provincial offices. So in 2021-2022, national departments, as indicated in the previous slide, reported 3,206 grievances. And pending in that financial year, when departments were reporting, were 1,358. And then those that were withdrawn were 17. And the resignations and retired employees resulting in those grievances being closed were 6. Which means then that the grievances that were concluded by national departments in that financial year of 2021-2022 was 1,825. And for provincial departments, they reported 5,290, pending as they reported to the Public Service Commission at the end of the financial year. It was 2,089 that were pending. Those that were withdrawn were 88. And those that were closed as a result of employees resigning or retiring were 3. And it means that the concluded grievances were 3,110. So in 2022-2023, National Department reported 4,150 grievances. And then at the end of the financial year, 1,751 were pending, 30 were withdrawn, 57 were closed because of retirement or resignation, and then 2,312 were concluded. For provincial departments in the same financial year, 4,625 were reported, 1,495 remained pending, 70 were withdrawn, 11 were closed because of retirement of resignation by aggrieved employees that had lodged, and then which means then at the end of that financial year, 3,049 grievances were concluded. And then in 2023-2024, national departments reported 3,682 grievances. Pending at the end of the financial year was 1,297, 41 were withdrawn, 31 were concluded closed as a result of aggrieved employees having retired or resigned, meaning that 2,313 were concluded. For provincial departments, 2,186 grievances were reported, resulting in 1,476 pending at the end of the financial year, 39 withdrawn, 55 closed as a result of retirement or resignation of aggrieved employees, and then meaning that 2,716 were concluded. So this slide shows the figures in terms of the financial year and the provinces. In national, in 2021, there were 126. 2022-2023, there were 112. And 2023-2024, there were 94. Eastern Cape, 2021-2022, 2 grievances. 2022, 2023, 0, 2023, 2024, 9. Free State, 12, the following financial, 22, and then 23, 24, 10. Gauteng, 12, the following financial year, 6, and 23, 24, 4. KZN, 7, 4, and 13. Limpopo, 5, 5, 12. Mpumalanga, 0, and Northwest, 6, 5, 7. Northern Cape, 2, 1, 8. Western Cape, 1, 2, 2. So the total as in 2021, 2022 was 173, and 2022, 2023, 157, 23, 24, 159. So this is a summary of what I've just presented with regard to the conclusion of the grievances. But critical in this slide is that for conclusion of grievances, it is expected of departments that if grievances are lodged by employees on salaries level 2 to 12, they must be concluded within 30 days. And if they are on senior management level, they must be concluded within 45 days. So if they are concluded within 30 days, we as PSC, we regard them as having been concluded within the prescribed time frames of 30, 45 days. But if beyond that, we say they are concluded outside the prescribed time frame. So in 2021, 2022, we can see that the conclusion of grievances within the time frames by national departments was 56.9%, that is the overall conclusion, and within the time frames it was 54.1%. Those that were concluded outside the prescribed time frames was 45.7%. In 2022, 2023, the conclusion within prescribed time frames, this is still again national, those that were concluded within the prescribed time frames, it was 60.3%. Outside the time frames, it was 39.6%. And in the 2023-2024 financial year, concluded within the time frames, still national, 51.5%, and outside the time frames, 48.5%. And this indicates the departments in terms of conclusion. I will want to jump to slide 15, looking at the time, unless if Chairperson, you'd like me to go through all the departments.
No, please don't. Please proceed.
Okay, let me jump to slide 15, the one that talks to conclusion by provincial departments. So for provincial departments, the conclusion within and outside the time frame stands as follows. In 2021-2022, 58 grievances were concluded, of which 52.5% were concluded within the time frames and 47% outside the time frames. In the following financial year, 57.2% were concluded within the time frames and 42.8% outside the time frames. And in the 2023-2024 financial year, 57% were concluded within the time frames and 43% were concluded outside the time frame. As I think I can also jump this slide. It provides the conclusion by provinces. And then I'd want to go to indicate the type or the nature of grievances that we classified as the Public Service Commission on those that departments report. Most of the grievances relate to unfair treatment. Unfair treatment, we have grouped quite a number of them that would include harassment, include refusal to approve claims, etc. So we unjustifiably so. So we classified them under unfair treatment. So in 2021-2022, there were 27.1% reported, and then for performance management, it was 23% of the total that was reported in that financial year that were reported, and the filling of posts, it was 22.1%, whereas salaries problems, it was 17.6%. So in the following financial year of 2022-2023, the highest number of grievances continue to remain unfair treatment with a percentage of 27.8%, and filling of posts at 27.1%. And this is for both national and provincial departments. And in 2023-2024, unfair treatment continued to be the highest reported nature of grievances. And then this slide reflects the lodging of grievances in terms of race in the financial year 2021-2022. We can see that Africans were the highest employees that lodged grievances at 75.6%, followed by Colored at 9.9%, Indians 4.2%, and white at 650, which increased to 31%. So the following financial year, the percentage in the same order, as we can see, it's 75.9 African, 10.8 Coloreds, Indians 3.5, and white 4.9. And then 2023-2024, Africans 79.5, and Coloreds 10.9, Indians 3.2, and whites 6.8%. So this slide reflects the lodging of grievances in terms of levels. So I did indicate earlier on that grievances are dealt with in terms of level 2 to 12 is 30 days and senior management is 45 days. So this shows those that were on level 2 to 12 to 8, it was 11% that lodged grievances, levels 9 to 10, 27.9%, 11 to 12, 18%, and senior management members, it was 32%, and then OESD, their percentage increased to 13.5%, and those where the percentage was not indicated, the total was 240, and this mostly is because of the collective lodging of grievances, especially for departments like SEPS and correctional services, whose grievance procedure provides for collective lodging of grievances. And the 2022-2023, the percentage as indicated for 2 to 8, it's 5,958, an increase by 6.5% from the previous financial year. For salaries level 9 to 10, increased by 6.7% from the previous one, and level 11 to 12 increased by 12.5% from the previous financial year. Senior management increased by 5.8% from the previous, and OESD increased by 32%. Unknown, the total was 274. And for 2023-2024, the percentages are 2 to 8, increased by 3.6%, 9 to 10, increased by 7.7%, 11 to 12, increased by just a percentage, senior management by 0.4%, OESD increased by 5.2%, and unknown, it was 370 total of the one that we have indicated was a total reported in that financial year. So this is a reflection in terms of the provinces. Looking at the time, unless if I have to present this one, I'll just jump this slide. and proceed to... I've already summarized this slide, Chairperson, earlier on. I'll jump to the concluding remarks to indicate that overall, there is a decrease in the lodging of grievances as at the end of 2023-2024 financial year. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that the number of grievances that are lodged are referred to the Public Service Commission are quite lower than the number that departments received, which means that they do try to resolve them, though the challenge is that they are not able to conclude them within the time frames. We can see that in 2022-2023, 12.9%, there was an increase of lodging by national departments from the previous financial year. And in 2023-2024, it is revealed that more than 20 departments, including those that had reported less than 10 grievances, did not comply with the timeframes. So the conclusion of grievances within the timeframes continue to be a challenge for departments. In respect of provincial departments, the same is the position. The conclusion within the timeframes is a challenge, and then also there was a decrease in the lodging of grievances in the departments. What needs to be highlighted also is that departments of health and education in all the financial years, they continue to report the highest number of grievances throughout the financial years. That's, let me see, then the next concluding remarks is that the unfair treatment cases also continue to be the highest reported nature of grievances that aggrieved employees lodge with their departments. And on the part of the Public Service Commission, what we are doing as mechanism to try and ensure sound labor relations, we do have strategic engagements with departments, whether in the form of roundtables or in the form of webinars, or strategically engaging in departments individually. We are also making presentations on, because we have realized that harassment, since the passing of the code of harassment in 2022, there is an increase of harassment because of misunderstanding by employees of what harassment is and what is not harassment. We also making those presentations to departments, and we'll continue with those strategic engagements and also the presentations. And we also are doing own accord investigations just to on labor relations related matters, just to ensure that there is an improvement in sound labor relations. We are not reactive, both as the Public Service Commission and also as departments, but to ensure that the relations continue to improve. Because if employees are not happy, they remain disgruntled, and that in a way may affect their performance. Chairperson, these are the commissioners of the Public Service Commission. I think, Chairperson, we know them. I'm not sure whether I should indicate who is who.
No, we know them well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do feel like I think I jumped the slide on the referral by the Public Service Commission, but we have the presentation. Thank you. And these are the email addresses that are used for submitting grievances and complaints to the Public Service Commission, as well as reporting of corruption cases and maladministration to the Public Service Commission. And then the general inquiries are made at this email address. I thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much for both the report and also the presentation by the DPSA and also the PSC. Members, it is now our deliberation time on the agenda. Members are now free to raise their hands on the platform, and I will deal with it in the order that they are displayed on the platform. I will now open the floor. Honorable Langa, you are first out of the blocks. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. And may I request, because of the environment I'm in here, I'm unable to switch on my camera. Chair.
No problem. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to colleagues, fellow committee members, the DPSA executive led by the DM, and the PSC executive led by Commissioner Mr. Mavuso, Parliament Legal Advisory Team, our support staff, and all protocol observed. Chair, I have a few questions to, I think it's first to PSA, and I'll just try and shoot straight to the questions.
I'm in a meeting, I'll call you.
Apologies for that interruption, Honorable Langa. Are you finished, or you want to proceed?
I'm proceeding, Chair. I was just interrupted by the voice that came from somewhere. Sorry.
Yes, no.
Okay. Okay, the first question will be the statistical overview indicates that many grievances are carried over from previous years. And the question will be, what is the main operational barrier preventing departments from finalizing matters within the same cycle? Question 2, given the significant drop from 37.8% to 24.1% in 2023-24 in the percentage of grievances resolved within the prescribed 30-day time frame, what is the specific departmental consequence management process to hold managers accountable for this critical failure to comply with resolution periods? Number 3, given that unfair treatment and post-filing disputes dominate grievances, what short-term plan exists to fix the recruitment and employee management failures driving these trends? Number 4, as African males represent the largest demographic of aggrieved employees, has a focused analysis been conducted to determine whether this reflects workplace dynamics, institutional bias, or other structural employment challenges within the public service? Number 5 will be beyond encouraging departments to equip employees with mediation and conflict management skills. What mandatory compliance mechanisms is in place to ensure that the departments actually implement and adequately resource this training to demonstrably reduce escalation rates? And last 2 questions to the monitoring report. I wanted to check if there's a system in place to verify if departments are actually submitting accurate data rather than simply declaring compliance on paper. Then the last one will be the register currently excludes the Department of Defense and the State Security Agency, 2 departments where personal integrity is critically sensitive. What is the plan and timeline for extending the register's functionality to include these 2 organs of state? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Langa. Next up is Honourable Spies. Please go ahead, Honourable Spies.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues, and Deputy Minister, and all protocol observe, and allow me to thank you and appreciate the presenters of the presentations. I only have 3 questions, Chair. I think Honourable Langa already touched on one, and that is the one I just want to latch on, which for me is quite important, especially when it comes to very high-risk posts. So the plans, I would like to hear the plans that are linked, that links the central register with the vetting processes that is administered by the State Security Agency or other regulatory bodies. What are the plans in place? Can that be explained to us? And then I would also like to know, Chair, in terms of cybersecurity measures, and maybe I've missed that particular part, I would like to know what plans or measures are being in place or developed to protect the information shared on the central register. And then with regards to disciplinary sanctions, I want to know if the system includes automatic alerts to departments when disciplinary sanctions are close to the expiry date or require reporting. That is only my 3 questions that I have for now, Chair. I hope that is clear.
Very clear. Thank you, Honourable Spes. Honourable Kelise, it is your turn. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Person. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and the Deputy Minister, and everyone who is in this meeting with us. So, Chair, the report, let me start with the DPSA. The report states that no data is kept on the register, right? Instead, it only flags an ID number and directs the user to a relevant department for more information. I find this a design flaw because that makes the system, to a large extent, in my view, inefficient, and it opens it up for obstruction and chaos because it creates an administration runaround, if you get what I'm saying, for hiring. I think we must ask ourselves, Chair, why is the central register not a central database of disciplinary records? What is the point of a register that doesn't hold data? Because, Chair, a department in a different sphere of government cannot be expected to give or get truthful information from another department that may have an interest in covering up its own mismanagement. I think we must look at it that way because it's the way I look at it. Can we really trust, a different department from a different sphere of government to give the information and not have interest in covering up its mismanagement? So I'm wondering if this does not continue to do what we are trying to prevent or what we are trying to fight, because I'm wondering if it doesn't continue to protect corrupt officials by adding a layer that can, be exploited or used to prevent the sharing of information. That is my first point, Chair. That's what I want to put forward. And Chair, it concerns me that the system seems to be built on trust and self-policing, which has repeatedly failed, in the public service. There is no mention of independent verification or audits of this data fed into PESEL by the departments and municipalities, so they can feed anything to the system. I just really think without, any form of aggressive independent auditing, this system is open up to being manipulated. There's a loophole there. I find it as a loophole. My view is that it allows the corrupt people to to simply not enter the data that they need to enter, because it is built on self-policing and on trust. And another issue, Chair, the regulations for this central register, it's something that was it's a project that was initiated about a year ago, and they are still not law, because they are waiting, concurrence from other ministers. We always have the problem with the pace in our country, and it's something that should concern all of us, the pace in which we do things, because our term can end and this thing is still not in law. So maybe the department can tell us, how long are they expecting to hear from other ministers, the Minister of Finance and COCTA to provide the concurrence, what is an absolute and non-negotiable like that, to have, so that we can see that there is progress made, and not come and be presented with things that we never see implemented ultimately. So maybe they can just, also clarify in terms of like, what are the expectations, what are the, non-negotiable deadlines when it comes to other ministers, so that we see that this is law and this is implemented. And also, Chair, the report is silent on whether the register will include disciplinary records from before its implementation. So we've got individuals who were dismissed for serious offenses in the past and are free to be rehired, as their record will not appear in my system, in my view, because the report doesn't touch on that one. So maybe we can give clarity in terms of like all of those things. How do we clean it up? How do we ensure that it becomes a system that is helpful? And maybe I've got just few comments when it comes to Public Service Commission chairperson. The report of PSC, it is very concerning for me, because African employees are the ones, Chair, who lodge grievances in their majority. And unfair treatment is the single largest category of grievances. I don't think this is, or that is a coincidence, but it's evidence. We should just take it as evidence of some of these things that we say. The data suggests that the workplace culture is hostile and discriminatory towards Black 2025. That our people are not, treated in a way that they deserve, with dignity in the workplace. So I just want to know, are there any measures in place to dismantle the culture of racism and unfair treatment that continues to affect African employees? We can't just be told that, Black people in majority are being treated unfairly in the workplace, and there's no plan to ensure that does not continue to happen. And I don't know if there are any managers who have been disciplined for or dismissed for this bullying and discrimination in the workplace. And perhaps, Chair, we should get clarity, or maybe if I can have clarity on why because there should be anti-discrimination policies, equity and anti-discrimination policies, and maybe we should be told in this meeting, why are those failing so much? Because the reason why that we would have the largest category of grievances in the workplace, is because they are get clarity, or maybe I should get clarity on why the equity and anti-discrimination policies are failing so much. I see here, Chair, that a shocking number of grievances are resolved outside prescribed timeframes. They are just not meeting deadlines. We've got a government that is just never meeting deadlines. I've never seen a single department saying we've met a deadline on anything. So this is wrong. We should always highlight it and raise it that it is wrong, because in this case, we should see it as a deliberate strategy to frustrate and demoralize the employees, and particularly the ones from a lower salary level. And we should see it as if they are delaying justice, it is injustice, because people end up leaving these cases, and maybe that's what they want to do. They want to frustrate people to an extent that they just leave these issues that they are raising, and resolve these grievances, because they are the people who are supposed, on time. What happens to them? I've never seen anything. We sit in these committee meetings and we're told these people that people are not doing their jobs here, because they're not doing their jobs if they're not meeting the deadlines and doing the things that they're supposed to do. And there is, an escalation of grievances, and people are getting frustrated in the first place. But we've got heads of department that are facing no consequences. So I want to know what happens to these people who fail to resolve grievances on time, and even PSC. What is their plan? What is the plan of the Public Service Commission to offer support and make sure, to offer support to these people, or to ensure that the departments that fail to meet the deadline, there is something that happens to them? What is the proposition that they are making? Because now they can't just present us, oh, okay, cool, we've got these people who are not resolving these issues on time, but nothing is happening to them. And Chair, lastly, employees at the lowest rank lodge the overwhelming, majority of that. Why is it the lowest paid employees who are, and these are the people who are the backbone of service delivery, by the way. And these are the people who are most victimized. Why is that? So maybe I want to know what protection does the Public Service Commission have in place, or what protection is offered to these lower level employees who fear victimization, for lodging, grievances against their managers. I will leave it there, Chairperson, for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I see no further hands on the platform. Oh, Honourable Tikana and Honourable Polwani. I heard Honourable Tikana first, so we will go with her, and then I assume Honourable Polwani wants to go after that. I'm going to assume.
I apologize for that. Okay, no. I request that I just show my face and switch off my video, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning to you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Public Service Commission, the Department and the Deputy Minister, with all the support staff in the meeting. Chair, I would want to first support the honourable members who have just raised some issues, but with some additions, of course. Chair, I'm wondering whether our government has appointed right people in right positions. Because I believe that if we had people with expertise, especially in labor relations department, we wouldn't see the report which is presented before us today. And I'm worried, Chair, because I can see now Public Service Commission is added a responsibility of training people whom I believe that when they are appointed should have those expertise to deal with the matters presented to them. And I believe that it result in escalating costs for the Public Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission which result not doing her responsibilities in doing the job. Because if we can look in all the government departments, we always see the budget for training. And if we continuously train people who have been there for several years in those posts, either than saying we are training them in new programs which are being introduced by government, that to me is a challenge, and that lead to the consumption of resources of our government, which are very minimal. In that, Chair, on the issue of labor relations, I would strongly recommend that DPSA present to the committee the skills of all labor relation officers or directors in the various government departments for us to have an oversight whether they are the rightful people to deal with the work presented to them. Because I cannot understand when it's presented to us that there are grievances which are being dealt outside the specified period. For me, it's a responsibility of the people who are there in the system who should be doing the work. In my view, they are not doing the work. If we can be presented with their skills and expertise, and we can be able to compare whether they are there, especially in provinces where there are high number of grievances which are not dealt with. I think, Chair, we have to deal with that matter. Also, Chair, in the report, there are no reasons specified for some grievances to be done outside the specified period, and the consequence thereof to the people who are responsible to do the work. For me, Chair, I believe that the report which is presented to us or in front of us today will be a continuous report up to the end of the term, because to me it seems as if we are just being furnished with the report to see that there's progress and the cases are not being concluded. If we can see the report, it takes us between 2021 and 2022 and up to now, Chair. And those are the number of cases. And I believe, Chair, if the employees' grievances are not being addressed, staff morale becomes very low, and also employees could not deliver to their expertise. If we can be appraised by DPSA also, other than the PSC, on the work they are doing and the plan to deal with the matters and address the backlog of the grievances. To me, it's a backlog if they were not addressed during the specified period, Chair. That's the first issue, Chair. Then the other issue, Chair, is the issue of Mpumalanga discrepancies on page 9 and page 16 of the report, if we can be, Chair, taken through of what are the causes of that. Also, Chair, I can see that Free State is having a number of grievances than other provinces. If we can be given reasons why on why, Chair, that is being presented in the report, Chair. But Chair, I would also wish to the committee to be appraised of the plan, because these grievances, now that we are also monitoring the implementation of the professionalization framework, the plan of incorporating the grievances from the third sphere of government, because we must be also taken through of the plan, Chair, which I believe it should be there for us. When we see the report in the next year, we can see that the third sphere of government is also incorporated in the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Takana. Honourable Pulwane, please proceed.
No, thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I don't want to repeat. I'm covered by my colleague. Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pulwane. I appreciate it. Members, if there are no other comments, then I will just close with some of my own comments. Firstly, regarding the DPSA's presentation about the central register, I just would like to emphasize my congratulations that at least this work is being done, specifically post the Zondo Commission, where there's been so much criticism about the Zondo Commission and how expensive it was, and that there's a feeling that not much has come from it, that there's been no consequences flowing from the Zondo Commission. I think in our space, as a Committee for Public Service and Administration, if this is the start of a central register that can handle disciplinary hearings, that is a good start. That's what we must focus on. Nonetheless, and this is to be expected with any new system, I think there are some shortcomings, and I think that it is a system that will need to be continually updated and relooked and refined until it is a system that really strives to give transparency and efficiency in stopping revolving door policies of public service officials escaping accountability. I'm a little bit confused because the presenter referred to the system being built only for the public service, meaning the national and the provincial government, but then later in the presentation it did talk about local municipalities being on the system as well. So I would like clarity. Is all three spheres of government affected by the regulations? Do they all have to use it? Because it is certainly a 100% must that all levels of government, including SOEs, state-owned entities, agencies, anybody who earns a taxpayer-sponsored salary must surely be vetted by this registry before they are placed, so that you can't take someone from a national government department and go place them in a agency of government somewhere else, and thus give them an escape to parachute them in somewhere else where they can escape accountability. So it's really important to me, and I would like clarity on, is this system being applied to all layers and spheres of government? Then I would like just clarity to understand, if a disciplinary case is opened against somebody, if the process starts, are they immediately flagged on the system, and will it be picked up? Because it is also a concern for me that if it only picks up concluded disciplinary hearings, that this will give a necessary gap or a void for public servants to jump ship and go to other departments, before their disciplinary processes are concluded. So I just want to, I mean, it must be 100% transparent on the system that if you want to employ a person and a disciplinary was started against them, but then they left before the disciplinary was concluded, that is a matter of grave concern, and that person should probably not be employed. And that brings me to whether we've got certain classes of disciplinary findings that will automatically disqualify candidates from moving to different departments. Surely it should be there should be a kind of a gatekeeping or a blocking effect on anybody who's been found guilty of either dishonesty, unethical behavior, any form of corruption, any form of misappropriation of funds or stealing. These are not things which I think a new department that is using the system can use their discretion on and say, "Oh, it's okay, you know, we will still take the person." Surely there must be a blacklisting process where if you found guilty of certain level of offences, certain serious offences, that you are unable to be redeployed, moved, or employed in a new department. So I would just like clarity on that blacklisting effect, if that is indeed the case, and if it will come into effect. And then I have to just conclude with Honourable Kelise's remarks. I think that in terms of transparency, a new department that wants to employ someone should not be dependent on the old department giving them their version of whether a person has been found guilty of a disciplinary or have had a disciplinary. That is not transparent. That opens the system up for manipulation by senior managers or HR managers who want someone moved, and they can protect them by being the sole controller of the information. So I have to conclude with my colleague. I think it opens the system up for abuse when that information is not centralized in a way that the new department that's trying to recruit the person is dependent on the old department for accurate information. That cannot be. That is certainly, if that is the case, if we understand that to be correct, then that is something which must be looked at, which I think is a big gap. But although I've got my criticisms, this is a step in the right direction, and I'd just like to again say that I'm really glad that we are at this point where we can actually criticize and help build on an existing system. That is wonderful, but I think that does not escape the fact that it's a living system that we need to improve and help improve, and which we will continue to do oversight on. Then just the PSC's report. You know, this has been echoed by other members as well, but I just want to make it as simple as possible and say disciplinary cases that should be concluded within 30 or 45 days, whatever the prescribed days is for the position, should be concluded 100% of the time. Okay, we are seeing up to 70% of cases being outside the time frame. This is, it was described as a backlog by one of my colleagues, but it is a disgrace, and it is absolutely working against the professional state, and we must really look at our disciplinary processes to see how we can slow down these or actually speed up these processes so that we don't create these backlogs. It should be 100%. We should be able to deal with disciplinary cases within 30 or 45 days, 100% of the time. That is what we must strive for, and this committee will continue to keep the DPSA and all departments accountable for making sure that happens. Unless I am wrong, and I would like to ask the presenter if I missed it in the presentation, or if I somehow missed it in the presentation. It's one thing to just show us how many cases are outside the 30 or the 45-day time frame, and that is important. It is important for us to understand how the deadline was missed. But what is even more important is to highlight the serious delays. People who are sitting at home for 4 months, 6 months, or even a year or more. Those unresolved, those serious incidences of disciplinary cases not being resolved, that should be highlighted in this report with the most serious of highlighting techniques. It's one thing to tell us this amount of people missed the mark and is now outside, but we want to know where, in what departments are people sitting at home for up to a year or longer. That's really important for us to know, because that is a serious indicator of somebody who is either abusing the disciplinary process or HR managers or department heads using the process, not concluding the process to benefit a person or to aid corruption in some other way. So we need the report to be more to zone in, to be more laser focused on those cases that is actually taking absurdly long. I think my point is made in that. And then I just have to say, I'm really disappointed by the racial classification method that is used in this presentation. It really isn't helpful to just throw out racial statistics when it is not properly presented in the context of how many people is employed by government. Okay, if for instance 90% of the people employed by government is black, then obviously the far majority of cases, disciplinary cases in government, will be by black employees. But by presenting it in the method that it's been presented, it actually just serves to stir up comments of perceived racial discrimination that has no evidence based in the numbers, because the numbers are not being presented in a honest or in a fashion that you can actually see the clear picture. Yes, it is 100% important to find racial discrimination. It is 100% important to stop any racial discrimination in the system. But the way these numbers are presented creates a very false narrative, and I'm really concerned that anybody who's got any experience in presenting numbers would actually do that, because I do not see how it could have served any other purpose than to incense people and to give them a false impression. You are absolutely 100% not able to see the full picture of whether racial discrimination is happening or not from the way those numbers are presented, because it is not presented in the context of what the actual workforce, of how the workforce is represented. And I would like to please ask the PSC, we cannot do our oversight and we cannot find racial discrimination if it is presented in the manner that it has been presented. So I really would like to caution the PSC to never present it in that way again. It is not useful for this committee. We want to find racial discrimination and we want to do our oversight, but when numbers are misrepresented to us or represented to us in a fashion that we cannot use it, then it doesn't help us, and then we are actually hindered from doing our oversight and actually finding racial discrimination, which, as I have highlighted, is really important to find. And those are my comments, and I now hand over back to first the DPSA and thereafter to the PSC for their remarks. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you very much. We take all the comments that members have just indicated. Of course, we want to appreciate what members are saying. Firstly, that this is the first register of its own kind. That's the first thing. And secondly, it will have its own teething problems, but we take counsel from what the members are saying. Let's try it as we will do trials while we look at other limitations that are there. It also says, because we have CPSI, which is a center that deals with innovation, will also from time to time work with them to say, how do we improve our system so that it's not prone to manipulation and other related things. The issue of race, like you're saying, Chair, I agree. Can you stop? I'm in the car. Can you stop? Sorry, Chair, I'm in the car. They are reversing, so thank you for that. So the issue of race, Chair, it's something that we call taboo as South Africans. I think maybe one of the things that the Public Service Commission would do is to also say, in a percentage of so much in this department of whatever, then we have this percentage of people of color being taken for DC or whatever. We may want to do that just to show the challenges that our people are going through, but without raising the race tag, but also showing the predominant sections or layers of DC where we have challenges and so on. But linked to that, it's also to say we are a constitutional democracy. And part of what we're going through, and that's why we're unable to meet the timelines sometimes. People buy time when they have to go through disciplinary hearings. And sometimes it's not deliberate, sometimes it's because of what they are going through. I mean, if you look at what happened yesterday when the portfolio committee wanted to go through the ad hoc committee wanted to go through the process, there were issues beyond their control that they could not go to Kosimampur. So even with public servants, people who are subjected to disciplinary hearings, unintendedly so, some of them goes through mental health issues and other related things. So that in itself delays the process and so on and so on. So we may not be accurate to meet the timelines, but it also doesn't warrant us to play with that tag to say, because people are using that democratic right, representation, changing lawyers, doing all these things, those kind of things. It's a delay in itself, and it also works against us. But I agree with members when they're saying a disciplinary case cannot go for 3 or 4 years. What does it mean? And that's why public service is now trying to say, let's deal with some of these things that are going way outside the required timelines, and then bring people back, put them elsewhere, but still subject them to disciplinary hearings. I agree with the chair that, and sometimes it will be very important for this portfolio committee, when gems come, you ask them about the mental health issues, level of mental health and productivity, because many of our public servants also uses terms, and they go through some of this for employee wellness, EAP, and all those things. So you'll see those things correlate in one way or the other, and unintendedly so, they bring the productivity levels of government down. So yeah, it's a balancing act. We hear you. But it's some of the things that are really outside our capacity based on democratic principles that South Africa adheres to. But let me allow Dr. Solomon and the team from Public Service Commission to respond specifically to some of the things that members were saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Team from the DPSA, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members, for your input. Let me start by linking up with what the Deputy Minister indicated, that this is the first time in the history of the public administration that we will have one regulation aligning the three spheres of government in terms of discipline management, and to have then a central point of reference to get employees flagged that has disciplinary issues. And because of that, we deliberately tried to err on the side of caution so that we do not have unintended consequences later on that actually undermine the work that we try to do in this or with this regulation. So the members are quite correct when they do refer to the shortcomings of the system. But I also want to assure you, Chairperson, that this system is the phase one, and we will continuously upgrade and refine and improve the system as we continue, so that we don't have then the unintended consequences, but that we also don't keep the shortcomings in place for too long. But it's, I think, when we had the deliberations, beginning from 2023, we indicated that, first of all, we want to make sure that the system is secure and safe in terms of POPIA, so that there's no access granted illegally to the system where then people are flagged, and that information then becomes known in ways that we did not intend for it to be exposed. So the current configuration is that we will have the three spheres of government taking charge of their own data. And that will also links up to the question of one person regarding what is the absolute criteria that we set. And one of it was that we must not expose people unnecessarily, but that there must also not be an issue of that we don't get people information exposed, but that we don't also place an administrative burden on departments, and that this becomes a costly exercise. So in terms of that, we then configured the system currently as it is, where the different departments will take responsibility for the information. It will be shared centrally then, and then that will flag the people to then go back to the departments to get that information. Now, currently, all the information that we have on discipline management is with departments because it's a decentralized program. Even if we try not to discount this and say departments, the new department cannot go back to the old department, there's no other way that the department will get that information. What we've built in is to say that all departments must quarterly report to the Department of Public Service and Administration the cases that they have for discipline management. This information then is compared on the information on PERSOL to see that departments are not lying and concealing information. We also follow that up with intervention sessions from the Technical Assistance Unit to the departments to have information for all the cases on discipline management. And this way we found now that there's a better reflection of the information on the PERSOL and on the system than we ever had previously. So this is one way that we try to mitigate that issue. And of course, we will intensify this monitoring of the information to make sure that departments do not conceal information. But of course, it's always true. The system that you've put in place is always a strong link, and usually that is the people. So, Chair, just to address some of your own concerns where you indicated you want clarity. The one is on the issue of the piloting, where you indicated that first it was said that the system that was developed is for the public service, and that did not include the municipal sphere. And that is true. The first pilot was only, and that was from 2024 in the public service, but this same system is now going to be rolled out to the municipal sphere. We've tested it and we've made some changes on the system, and then this system the tweaked one will then now become also part of the way that we will do things. The second one is the issue of the disqualification, certain classes of disqualification. Here we still sit with the issue of separate legislations. In the public service regulations, we do have a regulation that blocks appointments if there was corruption, if there was fraud, if there was sentences, jail sentences, and so forth. So this will still remain in place before any person can be appointed. The legislation must be taken into consideration. And when there is a block on a person, and the same is with the municipal sphere, that person cannot be appointed. So that will also then remain the same. Then also the other confusion that you raised was on the issue of when does the system start? So if the discipline management process commence, there won't be any records on the system itself. The system only will record when there's an outcome and the person has been sanctioned, or if a person resigns before the outcome. So we try to flag both of those issues so that we don't get those people that jump ship and then they're not included on the system. So that is also included on the system. And then, of course, all those cases that there was a sanction then given to a person. Now, honourable members, the issue of the SSA and the DOD not being part of it, it's true. But the moment that the regulations are adopted, then they will be compelled to share that information and to use this same system. And then also the issue of the vetting alignment with the central register. The central register, because it's online and because the website is open for anyone to input ID number and get results on that, a vetting officer that is dealing with a person's vetting application can utilize the system to see whether there is any disciplinary cases then against a person, and that can also enrich then the vetting process. But the vetting process is a security process where you try to assess a person's security competence, where the discipline management register, of course, reflects on the character of a person, but not necessarily on the security of a person. But the alignment is there where this tool can be used by the security vetting officers as well. The issue of protection of the data, we follow the normal security protocol that we have installed at the DPSA, where there will be no access to change information, to dump information, or to access information that is not approved. And from the DPSA side, there's only one person that will be trusted to dump the information into this web page, so that we do adhere to the POPIA requirements. The issue of the automatic alerts, no, we do not have that function on the register because it's not an automated register. That would be expected from the different departments or the different spheres, where we have the national and the provincial and the municipal sphere, to have that capability so that they can track the information from the beginning. But of course, it's also one of those suggestions that one can take forward as we carry on refining the system. The issue of the concerns that was raised, we have appreciation for that, especially the issue of the administrative runaround that may be created. But as I've tried to explain, that currently the system is to have the responsibilities for the three spheres so that we can align the responsibility when there is breaches of data or where there is issues of the data, that we know where to pinpoint the information. But of course, as we continue, we will also see how we can address the situation and eventually then maybe even have a database that will have all the information on after all the teething problems and so are resolved. And as I've indicated, the mitigation that we have in here is the strengthening of the discipline management record system, where we have the directives that now places an onus on heads of departments to report information. If they do not do that, there is the consequences that can be taken against those HODs, and we also have the template that we've forwarded to all the departments where they provide us with the quarterly statistics on discipline management, and we track that information. We have consequence management in terms of non-compliance letters that we share with the heads of departments as well as the ministers. The issue of concurrence, the question was when our time frames. The time frame that we have for the resolution of the central register is the end of this financial year, but the concurrence we expect by end of January, and then after the end of January that we publish the central register then in February, and then to be able by the end of March that we adhere to the deadline. So far it looks like the concurrence are being dealt with by the three partners. We did receive some questions around the cost of the system, where we had to indicate that the way that it was configured would not place additional cost on anyone. The department that would most likely be affected is the DPSA, where in due course we may have to appoint a person to assist with the capturing of the data and that, but it's not a significant cost that will impact on the project. And also the way that it has been configured will not impose an administrative burden, because the different spheres of government already have the people in place capturing the data and making sure that the data is centralized in the different spheres. It's now just a matter of getting all this data then linked to this web. So the other question was the starting date from the register. We could go back as far as 2018, January, where all that information is now linked to the central database, so that we can make sure that there's at least historical data to this central register as well. Honourable members, thank you for your suggestions and your support. And I hope that I've addressed most of the questions that was posed to me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We then hand over to the PSC for their response.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members. Perhaps I need to start where we sort of ended off and really present the most profuse, should I say, point of regret that the manner in which we presented the statistical information and the demographic status might have created misunderstandings, especially on the part of the members. And it was not our intention to project any racial connotations in how we presented them. However, what we want to do is that we need to alert members that in our fact sheet, when we normally present this, we'll be able to contrast that with the workforce statistics, even for departments that have more cases, but we will expand on this in the next publication or presentation when we are afforded an opportunity. There was absolutely no intention to be able to racialize this, but to submit facts according to the statistics that we've been able to capture. The second point I want to raise, Chairperson, is with regard to the points that you mentioned. I think you kept on mentioning disciplinary cases, whereas what we submitted were grievances, so that at least we should be on the same wavelength, that we did not present disciplinary matters here. It was largely around grievances. We did present a definition of what constituted a grievance, and as a matter of fact, a grievance ordinarily must be lodged formally with the employer within 90 days from the date on which the employee became aware of the official act or omission which might have adversely affected that particular individual. So the clock starts to tick from the point at which it was lodged. By the time it comes to the Public Service Commission, it becomes a different matter altogether, but also alert the committee that more often than not, departments would allow the time frames to pass by so that the grievance must then be automatically escalated to the Public Service Commission as opposed to them dealing with those grievances. So the first port of call are departments, and they don't seem to be doing their work accordingly, and we've raised these issues with the different accounting officers for them to be able to do their job and not allow these matters to be escalated to ourselves. The next point which I thought I should mention relates to the lodging, or I did mention the lodging of grievances, and that the reason that the number of grievances lodged in the public service in the main constitutes less than 8% of the employee number. So that correlation was not necessarily expressed in the presentation, but I think in future we'll make sure that we do give greater content and context in what we present to the committee. I also want to deal with matters pertaining to the grievance that have been lodged. In other words, the grievances permit the employer to request an extension when they are not able to conclude the grievance in time. That is permissible, and it's more the reason why you would see that some of them would take much longer than is appearing in terms of the rules. But the fact that the extensions are agreed to, and in certain instances, there could be matters that may fall outside of the normal extensions, where matters could be resolved informally, not within the prescripts of what is contained within the rules. Let me indicate that most departments have limited capacity to deal with grievances and other labor-related matters. In some instances, they tend to be overwhelmed by some of the issues. But I need to indicate that even when we deal with these grievances, and as if we were to exclude the middle management, which is level 12, employees at levels 2 to 11 would still constitute about 94% of employee numbers, because in the main, that would be the largest component or cohort that constitutes the employee levels in the institution. So it's absolutely imperative to appreciate that employees below SMS constitute just over 99% of employees, and SMS represents less than 1%. That correlation becomes absolutely important if viewed within the context of what constitutes the grievances and who would ordinarily be lodging grievances in the main, and why these grievances are being lodged. Let me permit my colleague, Dr. Sidibe, to respond to some of the questions, because I thought it's important to deal with these matters at a much more higher level and be able to indicate that we did not at any given point in time intended them to appear in the manner in which they seem to have appeared. That was not our intention. Thanks, Chair. Dr. Sidibe, if I may.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm trying to switch on the camera for members to see who is talking. Okay, I am not winning.
That's absolutely fine. You did turn on your camera earlier today, so we are comfortable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, and Commissioner, and everyone present. Commissioner has already touched on a number of the questions raised. But let me just respond to a few more before Advocate Malibia comes in. There was a question from Honorable Mr. Langa as to whether departments are submitting accurate information or they are simply complying. Honorable members, we have a rigorous process of engaging with departments and verifying what they submit to us. And in the fact sheet, we are able to explain, even in terms of what is reported every year, how many of those cases are cases which were carried over from a previous financial year versus that were lodged in that particular financial year, and what has happened to the carried over cases. The submissions that come to us are signed by heads of departments, and departments know that what they submit to us should also mirror what they report on in their annual reports, because we are also able to access their annual reports and verify. In the past, we might have had instances where some departments would query what we are reporting versus what they consider to be their statistics. But I think once we verified to them the processes that we also follow, and that they needed to come back to us at any given point in time if they need to amend their statistics so that we have accurate information and they have accurate information, and their annual reports also correspond with all information. And I think those instances of querying between us and departments have come to a stop because of the manner in which we engage with them and we seek clarity and verifications. So we want to believe that what we receive from departments is accurate. And yes, we do rely on them because we cannot go verify each and every file in a department. But like I said, our systems of monitoring and engaging and verification are quite thorough. Members, let me just indicate in terms of the stats. In our fact sheet, we do give a bit of an overview, not extensive one, around the demographics of the public service. And we also talk to the numbers of employees, especially in big departments like SAPS, education, health, and so forth, as a way of contextualizing why those departments would have more grievances versus others. But when you look at the numbers of those grievances from an absolute number to a percentage, they also tend to be comparable with those of departments that have got less employees and less grievances. So the numbers that are reported should always be read in relation to the population, whether it being the entire public service or the numbers of employees in each department. So in the fact sheet, we also explain, but I think we will correct, as Commissioner indicated in our next presentation, that African employees constitute the largest number of employees in the public service, just over 80%. So the numbers of grievances received from these groups are commensurate with the numbers of employees from these particular groups. And as a result, members, we want to assure you that the grievances that we have dealt with, I think if my memory serves me well, we might have dealt with less than 10 cases where there were allegations of racism. And I think that was in the past, and some of those matters were actually even sent to the Human Rights Commission to look into and engage with that particular department. Unfair grievances largely are not centered around race, gender, and other variables. They relate to either allegations of being treated differently on a matter that is clearly regulated within our prescripts as opposed or compared to other people. They also relate to instances where either the employer or the aggrieved might be misinterpreting the prescript. And sometimes, yes, there would be actual omissions that we substantiate, but in the majority members, most of the grievances that we deal with are found to be unsubstantiated. And we take time when dealing with these grievances to also empower employees to understand prescripts, as well as empower the labor relations officers and the HR officers. I must also indicate, members, that the lodging of a grievance is a last resort. An employee, we do not encourage employees every time when they come across an act or omission that adversely affects them to rush to lodging a grievance. They have to engage with the employer to resolve the matter. And there are departments that are actually able to do that. Hence, they have very few matters that escalate from a complaint, concern, or act or omission that finds expression in a formal grievance procedure, because they are able to resolve those matters in that particular way. So we just want to assure members that HR units within departments and labor relations officers, as part of the capacity developments that we do with them informally, as well as the engagements that we would do with various departments, especially when we think maybe there are many labor-related issues or grievances of a particular nature in a department, we do emphasize the importance of dealing with employees' concerns so that they do not escalate into a formal grievance, because once somebody lodges, they expect some sort of formal investigation or formal mediation and so forth, whereas just sitting down, helping each other to understand, and where the employer is wrong, the employer is able to self-correct and the matter gets resolved, that becomes a way of dealing with it. But also, as the PSC, we do deal with some of the grievances through formal and informal mediation. Hence, some grievances never get to a point where we pronounce on substantiation or not, because our engagement with the parties involved would result in the matter being what we call internally resolved. Whoever is saying, I am wrong, I'm correcting, the other party agrees that matter is considered to be internally resolved. We close it. We do not proceed with investigations, and that method is found to be much more effective and empowering for all parties concerned. I think Commissioner has also dealt with the issue of grievances and discipline. I just want to say to members, in slide 6, we try to explain a little bit on what a grievance is and indicate the extent to which there might be a little link for some grievances with disciplinary cases. But the truth of the matter is, when a discipline emanates out of misconduct, and grievances do not emanate out of misconduct, they emanate from the act or omission of the employer, whereas the other one is the employer looking at the employee. But sometimes there are instances where you find that when an employee lodges a grievance on a matter, then an employer institute discipline on related matters. And on matters of those nature, as the PSC, we have pronounced against them. We have stopped departments from doing that. So we do not have a recurrence of those retaliatory practices. But at the same time, sometimes employees, when they are taken through a disciplinary process for misconduct, instead of defending themselves through the disciplinary process, they take exactly the same matter, they go try to lodge a grievance, and we stop those processes. So the rules for dealing with grievances are very, very clear to avoid instances where either of the party can try to use a discipline or a grievance as a retaliatory mechanism. I hope I have dealt with the majority of the issues, but like Commissioner said, we apologize for having presented dry statistics without contextualizing them for easy digestion. Advocate Malibia, if I have left any other thing through you, Chairperson, if I can ask Advocate Malibia to add if there are questions I have left out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you want to add or if we can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. My seniors has covered almost all of the questions. Just to reiterate our regret and apology on not contextualizing on the statistical, especially when it relates to the staff complement in terms of race, and to add that most of the grievances would relate to victimization, harassment, intimidation, refusal for transfer, but not necessarily race. And maybe also to add that the number of unfair treatment increased after the coming into effect of the Code on Elimination of Harassment, because employees misunderstand, and when reprimanded for conduct or when challenged for not doing their work, they allege that they are being abused, they are being victimized. Hence, most of those that are coming to the Public Service Commission, you find that they are unsubstantiated. And again, the fact that the code, having noticed that it's not only lower level staff that may be bullied, we do have cases where senior managers are bullied by lower levels employees. I just wanted to highlight that part to an extent of even being threatened, and some of them are even assaulted. And I think the other question that was asked by Honorable Langa is the information about defense. We do have that information of defense, Honorable Langa. The State Security Agency, we did engage the State Security Agency. Dr. Sidibe may assist where we ended up with the engagement about them providing information when it relates to grievances that do not relate to secret information, but or to conditions of employment or treatment of employees. The other questions that my superiors maybe omitted is inclusion of organs of state, as well as the third sphere of government. I think that will be addressed as we proceed with the implementation of the bill, unless if Commissioner Mavuso or Dr. Sidibe are able to deal with that one. Honorable Tigana, you asked a question about slide 9 of the report relating to Mpumalanga. My omission was not to indicate that this relates to collective grievances. So Mpumalanga doesn't have or did not have collective grievances. It doesn't mean that they do not have grievances, but that slide relates to collective grievances per se. The other question that was not responded to of Honorable Tigana is the one that says Free State has the highest number of grievances. Correction there is that it is not Free State with the highest number, it's Gauteng province, obviously also taking into consideration the demographics. I think I've sort of covered all the issues that I thought were not addressed. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We then, members, close on the specific item. The next item on the agenda, and before I move on, I would just like to thank the PSC and the DPSA for their presentations. Both the report and on the progress of the centralized registry and the PSC report are, I think, a part of oversight that which we will do continuously. So we thank you for being here today with us, and also for the feedback that was given. Members,
thank you, Chairperson.
It's a pleasure. Honorable Langa, I see your hand. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister will be leaving the platform as well, but I just wanted to say thanks to her to be present today in the meeting. It's been a while. We thought maybe they got lost in Russia as well. But thank you very much for having her in the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Langa. Appreciate it. Noted. Members, we then move on to point number 5, which is the tabling of the private members bill, the insourcing bill, from Honourable Maotwe. Members, the tabling of this bill, the insourcing bill, Masi will take us through it, but from my side, this is the start of the process. The parliamentary legal advisor is just going to give us a brief first, let's call it observation or analysis of the bill, so that we can start forming our minds about it, but we will not decide anything today. This is just to introduce members to the bill. With that, Masi, I'm not sure if you would like to say anything about the process, or Julius, or do we just hand over to the parliamentary legal advisor immediately?
Yes, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you and honourable members on the DM. Yes, indeed, I think you've summarized it very well. The fact that this is just a start. The bill was referred to the committee a month ago. Now we are now in a process where we are saying, members, this is the document from the honourable member. It's a private members bill, and of course we will then be processing the bill next term. Chairperson will definitely be running with it next term. Yes, Julius and the parliamentary legal advisor can comment through Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think, Julius, if you would like to add any comments, now is a good opportunity.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and Deputy Minister. Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I think Masi has just covered. If there's anything, maybe members will be raising questions, and will then be able to respond. But I will then allow, through you, Chair, our colleague from the legal service. I don't have anything much to add from what Masi has said. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ali, you are welcome to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. My name is Tilana Halistraki, and I am the legal advisor for this bill. I assisted Honourable Maotwe with drafting the insourcing bill. In fact, it first was drafted by my colleague, Nolita Tando Mpikashe, and then I took over from her when she left. The bill is, I'm going to provide a brief overview, as Honourable Member, Honourable Chair, you alluded to, a brief overview of the bill. Following this, when the committee meets again, I'm sure Honourable Maotwe will present a more thorough understanding of the bill, the contents of the bill, her intention behind the bill, and the purpose of the bill, as well as taking the members through every single clause of the bill. But I'll provide an overview. The bill has been circulated to members. The bill is a proposed Section 76 bill. It affects provinces. We don't presume that the bill will, we don't advise that the bill affects the Khoisan leaders. So therefore, we suggest in our parliamentary procedure that the bill should not be referred to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, as the bill affects insourcing, which is affects organs of state. The bill basically provides that insourcing services, or seeks to provide that insourcing services are required on a regular basis by the organs of state, as opposed to outsourcing. The bill proposes that the minister must develop an insourcing policy that complies with the basic values and principles governing public values, promotes high ethical standard, and prohibits fraud, corruption, and promotes job security and fair labor practices. The bill then also provides that accounting officers of organs of state must then be obligated to implement the minister's insourcing policy. It places an obligation on organs of state to insource all services, and also sets out a criteria that must be followed when any services are then outsourced. The bill then permits that organs of state must apply for an exemption should they not want to insource. It also places an obligation on the minister to table a report to the National Assembly on all projects that where services were not insourced but rather outsourced. And this is the bill that is in front of the committee. Once the honourable member presents on the bill, the department is then welcomed to respond to the bill. The members may take written submissions from the public if that's what they seek, but it's not always it's not obligated. The members aren't obligated to do so. The committee is not obligated to do so, but it's also advisable that they do so. And then once the committee deliberates on the bill, they will then do a motion of desirability, whether they find the bill desirable. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Halley. I will now open the floor to members to just ask make any brief comments or suggestions. I would just like to, right off the bat, just say, and maybe this is just because I have not seen the bill clause by clause and have really studied it properly. Why an insourcing bill, which to me has got to do with supply chain management and finances, is in front of the Committee for Public Service and Administration. This does not seem to be anything related with the public service or staff management or personnel. This seems to me like a pure financial and supply chain management related bill. So that would be my comment, but let's first open the floor to other members to add comments. Members, is there any other questions? Okay, I see no hands. So Ms. Halley, if you can maybe just give Honorable Langa, I see your hand. You can proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. You just took that off my lips because I also am in the dark, or rather confused, as in why will this bill be before the PSA? The PSA committee. So that's why it's been very confusing on my side as well, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa. Honorable Malinga.
No, thank you, Chair. I think I'm covered now. Let me not waste your time. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Honorable Kilise.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not raising my hand to respond to any of the issues my colleagues are asking, but I just wanted clarity. Is that all we get from the bill? I thought we were going to go through it like we did, for instance, the other two bills that we've dealt with in the committee. That felt like such a summarization of a bill, and we are left not even sure what the bill is about. I do, but as the committee, are we not supposed to get or be taken through the details of what the bill is about and what it seeks to serve and issues of that?
Thank you, Honourable. Yes, I understand the question. I asked the same question before the committee started. It seems to me like, and I think see Julius's hand is up as well, but it is my impression that the process which we have to follow dictates that the bill is first just introduced to the committee, which is basically what has happened now. We are basically just given a brief summary of it and told that it is within our realm. Members now have an opportunity to take it back to their caucuses, to discuss it, to study it, and then in the next session, the member who actually drafted the private members bill will come and present it, and that's when we go through it clause by clause, so that members have first received their mandates from their parties, have studied it properly, and are in a position to really interrogate the bill. So that's my understanding. Julius, you can just also, I see your hand is up. Please proceed, and then after that, Ms. Halley can just also proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson. I think you have just summed it up very well. I think the essence of today's tabling of this bill before members of the committee, it was just, this bill has been referred to the committee from the 31st of July. 2025. So, but now we are officially, because if you remember, even during our strategic planning, we had to program to put it in our our APP as our the APP for 2025, which is ending at end of March, that we will deal with this bill, because the committee was seized with other two important bills, which is a Public Service Commission bill and then even the Public Service Amendment bill that was processed last time. So what will happen, Chair, like as you said, is that come the next quarter, which is from January, end of January to March, the committee will then put that and will invite a member, Honorable Maotwe, to come and present the bill and introduce, so that most of the questions that honorable members are asking now, maybe they can ask such kind of question after they've studied the bill, because now we're just saying, here's a bill, members go and consult or even go read this bill, and then come the day when we'll be agreeing that we're inviting a member who has sponsored the private members bill to the committee, then members will have such kind of question that will be asking to the member. But for now, there is nothing much to discuss, Honorable Chair. It was just to officially table this bill before the committee without looking into the objects and the clause by clause and everything. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Julius. Ms. Halley?
Yes, Honourable Chair, you asked about why the bill is in front of this committee. The bill directly affects the public service, because the bill seeks to provide that every organ of state must do a register for all the skills within the public service to ensure that these skill sets are used as opposed to outsourcing. The bill doesn't focus on supply chain management. That's not the intention of the bill. The bill is to promote the public service and public administration and to use the skill set within public service. So that's why the bill was referred to this committee, because it affects the public service directly. And I hope that's clear. And yes, the member will present to this committee a full understanding of the bill, because it is a sponsored bill by that member, and she is best placed to present her bill and respond and defend her bill to the committee. I'm merely here for technical support, and I will respond to any legal or technical drafting issues as we assisted the member in drafting the bill. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you very much. That is crystal clear. Thank you for being here with us, Ms. Halley. Members, I think we can then, if there are no objections, move on. We look forward to giving the member the opportunity and the platform in this committee in the next year to come and present her bill, and we will then consider it as we follow due process and as we have considered all other legislation before us. So we look forward to that engagement with the member to come and engage the committee on her bill. Members, that takes us then to the next and final agenda point before us, and that is the tabling of the concept paper for the Portfolio Committee for the study tour. Members, as you can remember, we gave our staff, and specifically Julius, a mandate to please come up with some ideas about where it would be a good idea to go for a study tour based upon the issues being driven inside this committee, based upon our mandate to do oversight over the public service, and also based upon the mandate of seeking examples of where there is a professional and merit-based state administration in other countries which we could perhaps assist and engage with, and see good examples of good governance and how the public administration is governed with international standards and best practices. Julius will now just present to us what is the filters, what is the requirements that he used to put this list together. The document is viewed as being read by members, so he's not going to delve into the merits of every country. He's just going to present to us why he selected, what filters he used, or to create the list, and then give us the list in terms of what the different countries are, and thereafter that members can then ask specific questions about the list, should they so choose. Julius, with that, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. You are quite correct, Chair. Members, we have distributed this concept paper. I think it's almost 2 weeks now. We haven't distributed this concept paper. Like the Chairperson has already indicated that he gave us an instruction to go in research around which countries can be visited, or which country can be visited for that has got best practices in building capable and ethical and developmental state, and that the committee can take some lessons from those international experience and bring them back home after the study tour. Honorable members and Chairperson, we have started with our background. I believe I'm not going to read through, but just to zoom into, because our basis was from the National Planning Commission, where the National Planning Commission have identified a number of key areas at the time before they've drafted the National Development Plan that needed the country to intervene. Among was the issue of the political and administrative leadership, if I may say, and then skills deficit and erosion of accountability. So those are some of the areas that the National Planning Commission have identified. And then when after the NDP has been adopted, there were a number of reforms in the public service, among included what we have already done in terms of the public service, in terms of the legislative amendment, without mentioning all of them. And then we looked at what would be our objectives of the study tour based on what the Chairperson and the committee has requested us. We said these would be our objectives. We'll have almost 4 objectives to benchmark best practices from selected developed countries to better understand effective implementation model for building capable and ethical and developmental state. And we'll also share knowledge, because when committees undertake a study tour, it's about sharing the knowledge in terms of our model as a South Africa and their model in terms of how did they manage to build a capable ethical and
apologies. I see there's a request to put your document into presentation mode, which I don't know if that's possible. Maybe you can just...
I've just put it on Word. I'll just enlarge it, Chair. I'll just enlarge it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because I didn't do a presentation, but I'm just talking from the very same document. My apologies for that, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Yeah, so we then came up with this objective. I was on objective number 2, where we would then share the knowledge with whatever country that the committee will finally agree on. Through you, Chair, that these are some of the objectives that the oversight will try to achieve at the end of that particular international study tour, not to say oversight. So we'll also enhance the committee knowledge in order to provide meaningful input to the legislative framework. As much as the committee has already, even the parliament has already passed these legislations, but the study tour will also bring some element of whether there is in future a need to review these particular legislations that are before Parliament, and even some there with the President. So it's just the purpose of this study tour. And we'll also learn and exchange experiences, I've indicated, with institutions such as Civil Service College International. I've just made a Singapore, because Singapore, it was the only, not to say the only, but it has got more or less a school, National School of Government. I think there are 2 or 3 countries that we have already identified that have got more or less same like the National School of Government, like in our country. And again, we'll also exchange knowledge on the functioning and the mandate and the oversight role of the Public Service Commission. Some of these countries, they've got the Public Service Commissions in their country, so would also try to establish what is their role in terms of the role of professionalizing the public service, so that we then look at our policy on national framework on professionalizing the public sector, whether indeed the Public Service Commission do play their role with regard to that framework. So in terms of the criteria, Chairperson and honorable members, the criteria for international countries, we then develop this criteria that the country should, countries with exemplary models of building a capable and ethical and developmental state are characterized by strong and effective public institutions with accountability mechanisms and clear lines of authority and accountability within government systems, high levels of integrity and public trust, supported by enforcement of ethical conduct and consequence management, and policies that promote broad-based, equitable and sustainable development, and also strong legal framework and rule of law leading to low levels of corruption, and effective utilization of modern technology, ICT system to enhance service delivery. And we then looked at, when we're doing some research, we then looked at the World Bank when they define government effectiveness as the quality of whatever. Then the World Bank has had almost top 10 countries that are doing well in terms of building a capable and ethical and developmental state. We then didn't zoom into different continents, if I may say, Honorable Chair and honorable members, but we then being guided by which countries are doing well, because the mandate was just to look at the countries that are doing well in terms of building capable and developmental, ethical and developmental state. So we'll then look into what are those countries and then further expand in terms of our research. We had almost 4 countries that we have identified. We didn't want to include all 10 so that the committee can at least have a focus can be focused in terms of which countries do they want to. And then the first country that we've identified was Singapore. Singapore, like we have given the historical background, and then in terms of why Singapore, we also indicated that there's a reason why Singapore, without even the order in terms of the numbering, honorable members, is not to guide the committee towards Singapore as a country to be chosen, but it was just in terms of the classification based on the World Bank report in terms of countries that have done well in terms of building a capable and ethical and developmental state. So Singapore government demonstrate in terms of the administrative personnel, the high level of professionalisms. Also, they do have, in terms of the appointments, the appointment are merit-based appointment, and that then eliminate issues of political administrative interface. So the government is running based on, according to what the framework on the public framework on the professionalization of the public sector is seeks to achieve. So again, the Singapore has got a school of, like I would say, school of government. I've already indicated earlier on, but that is more or less similar to the National School of Government. And this school, their school of government, its aim is to ensure that each and every public servants in their country have to go through a certain courses, like we do have in our country, mandatory courses. But in the Singapore model, they've got each and every particular year an official has to undergo through training. So it's rather than here in South Africa, well, people, officials, they are mandatory courses, but then there's no policy where you say after you have undergone the mandatory courses, after how long you should then go back again just to refresh your knowledge with regards to the training that we have already received. Like now with the senior management, we have got new gala, so it's just a once-off, and then after that, then official forgets some of the areas because in the public administration things keeps on evolving. So those are some some of the areas that we have already identified, and then in terms of the similarities with South Africa, we have highlighted that they do have that school of government that trains, and they also have the Public Service Commission in their country. So if Singapore would be considered, we will know that at least we can be able to benchmark with what we are currently doing, and then what are they doing, and how can we learn to improve our institutions that this committee sees to oversee them. So the second country, Chairperson and honorable members, it was Denmark. Again, Denmark, the historical background, it was just to provide in terms of the democratic, whether then the system in terms of democracy is a democratic country where people, they also vote and elect government. So that's exactly what we thought, that it might also serve as important, so that we don't compare apple with bananas. So again, the Denmark is I would say, based on the World Bank report, is the second country that is doing well in terms of building a capable and ethical and developmental state, and then their democracy is a stable democracy, which is well defined based on the rule of law and civil civil liberties. And what is good about Singapore, again, it also practices meritocratic appointments in the public service, where appointments are purely based on the experience and the skills that an individual show within government. There is no political deployment when it comes to the appointments, and corruption is extremely low. I think Denmark is good in terms of corruption as compared to Singapore. In terms of corruption, they are doing very well, because based on that report, the corruption has been ranked as very low, and they've got systems in place to detect any form of corruption within the public service. And the people in the society also, they do trust the state based on, because when there is less corruption, it means that even people trust their government in most cases. And the other thing that because I believe members have read, I'm just brushing through so that we can just finalize this. The other country that we have looked at was New Zealand. And then also New Zealand, they are using a unitary, they are using a democratic system for their government, meaning for their parliament, if I may say it. So these are some of the areas that we have looked at. They are also practicing meritocratic appointment in the public service, of which is in line with what our government is trying to achieve with building a capable and even with a new strategy. And then again, it's also ranked among the least corrupt countries globally. So it's also doing well in terms of having systems in place to minimize corruptions. We know very well, honorable members, that currently in the public service, we're just only talking about the public service, we are struggling with the compliance with regard to the lifestyle audit, where other departments, they don't want to conduct the lifestyle audit. So we might be learning from other countries like the likes of New Zealand in terms of how do they do it in their countries, because I think the essence here, our study tour is mainly focusing on building a capable through professionalization and ethics and the developmental state. So these are some of the levers that we have highlighted from New Zealand, honorable chair and honorable members, that will then guide members in terms of the decision which countries to be visited. Yeah, and then the last country, honorable chair, it was Norway. Again, Norway also, their political system is a parliamentary democracy, where members are voted into through a vote, and then they secure a seat based on the outcome of the elections. And then again, the Norway is also a unitary state, with about 120,000 civil servants, and then again they also practice their recruitment policies. They're purely based on the meritocratic appointment rather than any political interference. And they also emphasize issues of or they believe in skill in continuous training of their employees as part of improving their performance management. So the other thing is that the appointment, their recruitment appointments in the civil are also conducted through an open competitions rather than political appointment. And I've also already indicated that continuous training and professional development ensure that civil servants maintain high standard of performance. So I've already alluded that one. And then in terms of ethics, also the Norway has numerous statutory and non-statutory rules that influence whatever. Their ethical standard remain the cornerstone of the public administration systems and emphasizing transparency and integrity. So it's also doing well in terms of ethics. Than the Norway government. So based on that, Chairperson, I believe members, all of them have looked into the concept paper where 4 countries have been identified without considering. I don't even know myself where they in the continent in the world. So but it was just based on which countries can better give the committee and information that we can use to hold or that we can be used not only to hold the government accountable but to influence policy shift within government after this study tour based on the objective of building a capable and ethical and developmental state. So without any waste of time, Chairperson, this should be my end of short presentation because I believe members have gone through the concept paper, and then if there's any question, I'm willing to answer some of the questions together with my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I will now open the floor for any members who have any questions. And I'm going to ask Masi and Julius if there are questions about procedure, so timing and how do we apply to the chair of chairs that you will please handle that in terms of procedure. But members, is there any comments on the information that has been provided? Honorable Kaba, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chair. It will be a question seeking clarity because I can see in the document the presenter. Let me say thank you very much for the presentation by our content advisor. Chairperson, the content advisor presented to us about the Singapore and Denmark is those countries that I was concentrated to. But Chair, I wanted to get a clarity from the content advisor as he says the Singapore, they offers a total approach to combating corruption, dealing with both major and minor cases in their public and the private sectors. Chair, also, they are saying Denmark, there is no corruption in Denmark because they are too much. They are emphasizing to to not tolerate corruption. Also in Singapore, the zero tolerance corruption. Which one is good than the other? But that is a question, or the question seeking clarity. But myself, I will nominate in advance the Singapore according to what I read in the document. I will nominate Singapore. It will be up to our members whether they support me or not, but I like to nominate Singapore. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaba. Noted. Honorable Pelise, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe I must first start by saying that, the TOR's objective to build a capable and ethical state is in principle aligned with, the EFF's fight against corruption and state capture. And perhaps learning from countries with, high public trust and low corruption is probably a defensible aim. However, I really am of a view, Chair, that as a country, we don't lack ideas or how government should work or be run. We know what is needed, and our manifestos contain these things because our people tell us, when we go to consult before every election, we go and consult them, we hold these consultative meetings. So we contain the needs of our people in our manifestos. The problem is not that we don't know. The problem is a lack of political will. The problem is corruption. And the chosen countries, though, are consistently top-ranked in government. I admit, I agree. And issues of transparency and their effectiveness with regards to public service. Of course, they do represent, a certain gold standard to aspire to. I do feel though, Chair, that the paper glosses over the fact that, for instance, Singapore's success is built on a system with a weak system of checks and balances. And the paper admits to that. It notes that. And this is a country with a dominant one party, so it is a one-party state that has ruled since its independence, which is something that is completely different from a contested democracy that we experience in our country, especially now. So that's the first issue dealing with Singapore. And then we look at the Nordic, the Nordic countries, the Denmark and Norway, their models. Yes, they are built on strong social welfare, but within a capitalist framework that we as the EFF seek to fundamentally transform. These countries, and these countries have low inequality, yet South Africa is among the highest in the world, which is, I admit, is, an issue the EFF exists to address. So I repeat, Chair, the problem is not lack of knowledge, but the problem is a lack of political will to dismantle the system of patronage. I ask myself why we should spend millions on a study tour to learn what is already evident. When the governing party refuses to abandon the practice of cadre deployment, which is the root cause of, our administrative failure. I really do find that the use of parliamentary funds I really do find that this would be, irresponsible to spend the parliamentary funds in a tour of this nature, especially given the budget. There's a given note about budgetary constraints and the recommendation to visit only one country. That means it is not something that we can, even afford. And this is at a time of fiscal crisis, at a time of high unemployment, at a time of, collapsing public service. So spending millions on international travel for me is rather politically tone deaf on a real. I think if we want to make an impact, perhaps we should be redirecting funds towards strengthening, the capacity. For instance, we always talk about how the budget of the Public Service Commission has been cut to the bone. Why not, redirect funds towards strengthening, the capacity of the Public Service Commission, or even conducting local, forensic audits on these department vacancies, because in appointments, we are faced with the crisis of unfilled vacancies. I was sitting in the committee yesterday with the Department of Communications and GCIS, and there are unfilled vacancies. For instance, another one, I think it is GCIS, they had a target, they've got 100 plus posts for young people to be filled by young people, but only 27 young people are filled, have filled those posts. So we've got a crisis of unfilled vacancies in the face of escalating unemployment. It doesn't make sense. And these are the issues I think we should be prioritizing, even as this committee. I also couldn't help but notice that the selection of the countries is also exclusively, from the global north, of course, plus Singapore. But there is no inclusion of BRICS, the BRICS bloc, that has made significant strides, by the way, in public administration, is not even, part of the suggestion. Another issue, Chair, as I conclude, I want to ask is why not study African countries that have, much praise and, much praised effectiveness and anti-corruption drive, or those with a history of stable and relatively, clean governance, because they do exist. I say this because my view is that learning from African nations would provide lessons in a context similar to ours. Because I see these countries that are suggested to us, I don't see any of them that make provision in a context that is similar to ours. I don't agree also with the paper's definition of developmental state, because for me, a true developmental state must be actively involved in dismantling white monopoly capital. It must be actively involved in expropriating the land without compensation and nationalizing key sectors of society. So the model presented are largely social democratic and state capitalist, not economic, transformers. I think if the committee is serious about learning, let us first maybe commission a detailed study on the failure of things like cadre deployment and invite testimony from even our own Public Service Commission. Let us look at the African examples. I really don't think an expensive trip to Europe, Chair, is a solution to problems that are created right here at Lutuli House. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, Damase.
Honorable Ndamase, please proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. Is it good day? Good day to the meeting. There was no way that I was not going to respond to this one. I might have decided to just be quiet but there is no way that I cannot respond to statements that are against the so-called cadre deployment and to the statements that attribute problems of the country to Lutuli House. Because I belong to Lutuli House, I must confess. Don't worry, Chair. There will always be ideological differences. And in case you think that we're moving in tangent with the oversight, that we usually argue that we must be apolitical. But of course, we're coming from political parties, and there will be days like today. My point, the first point in relation to the discussion is going to be reference with the introduction to politics as written by Okudiba Noli. Noli is N-O-L-I. As a student of politics, I don't regard myself as a political scientist, but of course, I've gone through the studies that deal with the political science. I've gone through the international relations at honors level. So I must share a few things. The first thing is in relation to what is called white monopoly capital. I belong to a political organization that is a non-racial political organization, a non-racial character, a non-sexist character, and there is no way that I can characterize the economy through the prism of race, not me and not us as the African National Congress. We are proud to articulate it even in this committee meeting that we are a non-racial political organization. For that matter, we're not even a political organization, we're a liberation movement. And our economic policy has nothing to do with what is called white monopoly capital. Our enemy, our strategic enemy, Chair, is the monopoly capital, not white monopoly capital. You can go to London to be able to articulate that, because there was a consultant in these Boomer days that was used to articulate and articulate something that is wrong, called white monopoly capital. So even the context of a developmental state, I hope we understand it first and then be able to attack it. The best way to attack it, it will be a situation where you first understand it and then attack it. Attack something you know. There is a professor who is a friend of mine who once articulated something in relation to what he called bad lawyers. His articulation was that bad lawyers distort what you say and then poke holes on a distorted information. The reason is because those are bad lawyers. So in relation to the developmental state, as the ANC, we've articulated it from day one. And you can go
On the Masse, I really do appreciate your comments, and I don't want to throttle you, but the reality is, Honorable Kilise's comments were made in relation to comments on the study tour, and that's the document that's before us, and it does feel to me like you are not really talking about the study tour, you're just, talking about political science points and understanding, and I understand that you want to defend those specific points. Yes, no, I understand that. I've got appreciation for it, sir. But if I can maybe ask you, if we can just stick to the study tour, because if we're going to open the debate now for everybody to defend their organizations, we're going to sit here until tomorrow, if you understand what I'm saying.
You are correct, Chair. You are correct, Chair. Just one point in relation to the study tour.
Yes, please.
I will support if we go to first Scandinavian countries. And I can go to town in articulating that, not because I studied in Denmark in 1998, but in terms of the social democrats, there are elements that we can be able to learn, that we can be able to use in South Africa to upgrade the social life of the people of South Africa. But if we are not going to a Scandinavian country, I don't have a problem again. But I will also advise that can we also look into what are called Asian tigers? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Honourable Khaleesi, I will give you a second bite at the cherry. I would just like to caution you as well. I would like to really ask that we keep the comments to the study tour, if you don't mind. But you have the floor.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I actually wanted to raise what you raised with regards to Honourable Ndamase, because I was confused whether he wants to debate me or what, because he was not contributing to what we were talking about. But just to emphasize on 2 points again, a true developmental state must be actively involved in dismantling white monopoly capital, expropriating land without compensation, and nationalizing key sectors. And I repeat, Chairperson, that an expensive trip to Europe is not a solution to the problems that are created right here at Lutuli House. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, member. That is noted. But I'm Honourable Tekana, I will give you an opportunity now. But members, I really would like to ask you to desist at taking swipes at each other at this stage. We really are just discussing a study tour, and it is important to me to hear the views of the members, because I would like to make sure that we make an informed choice. And I'm writing down what members are saying about the study tour. I'm really considering it. So let's not abuse this opportunity for politics. We need to make an informed decision, and I want to hear what members say about the study tour. So please consider that in your comments. I have noted, Honourable Tekana, that you want to say something, but Honourable Langa's hand was raised before, and then I will give you an opportunity, and then Honourable Malinga's hand just went up as well. So Honourable Langa, then Honourable Tekana, and then after Honourable Malinga. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. On this one, I'd like to apply the African I'll say a rule per se. I will allow an elder to speak before me, then I'll come after her. So Honourable Tekana can go ahead if it's fine with you, Chair.
Absolutely. Honourable Tekana, please go ahead.
I am the elder. The elder is me.
Thanks, Chair. Let
but
me
you've spoken.
To be patronized by Honourable Anga. He is patronizing me on a lighter note. Chair, it is unfortunate for us we have to come to this debate this way, because it has been presented long ago, and all of us as committee members, we've supported the idea of a study tour. Hence, this presentation of today. No one ever disagree with the notion of the study tour. I still support the idea of the study tour, because even during the budgeting time, we all said it must be presented, the costing of the study tour, and all of us agreed on the budgeting of the committee. So at this stage, Chair, I would like us to do what is expected of us, noting all challenges which are there, which we've been engaging there, the shortages of budgets in all government departments. But unfortunately, even if we can say we want this to go back to Treasury, it won't be dictated by us of what to do in Parliament, because it won't go back to Treasury. It will be divided among other government departments within, or other committees within the Parliament, not going back, as much as we would wish that there are areas which we would wish them to be funded on the money which we believe cannot be utilized by the committee. I would wish, Chair, to support what was raised as priority number 1 by Honourable Paba, but the second one is the one which comes with Honorable Ndamase as the priority. I believe so, and we let the committee to make to the administration through you, Chair, to make the submission to the chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Langa, we can go back to you now, and then Honorable Malinga afterwards.
Thank you very much, Chair. You see, following what rather you were taught, actually somehow always works. You see, the elder has spoken and there's some wisdom on what she has shared with the committee. I think, Chair, this just has to be straightforward. From my side, I'm in support of the whip's proposal as well. But obviously, the second option being what was proposed by Honorable Ndamase. Let me stop there for now, Chair, to avoid unnecessary lengthy debate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa, and then Honorable Malinga. I will make you the last input, and then we can close the meeting because it's already 10 minutes past 1. But Honorable Malinga, please make your comment.
Thank you, Chair. Let me greet everybody, members of the committee, Honorable Chair. Now, I think, Honorable Chair, there is no crisis here. Although I realize that you allow individuals to present the position of the political parties, which I believe is not correct in this platform. But the sense of the matter, one, is that, as Honorable Tikane mentioned, we do agree as the committee that we will allow Julius and the team to deal with the research and come back to us.
With Julius now?
Mark the Montu, as I believe.
That's the wrong name.
Mark the Montu.
Honorable Ndamase, please respect the other. Please respect Honorable Malinga. It's his turn on the platform. Honorable Malinga, apologies for the interruption. Please proceed.
No, Chair. I welcome the apology. You know, the old men, all of them are like this. Then, Chair, the most important thing is that the consolidated information that we have in front of us. So if any member of the committee do have a counter proposal in terms of the countries, I think let's do that. Let's welcome what is here in front of us. If I do have something different, let me consolidate it and send it to the committee. We'll peruse it and debate it if there is a need. So for now, I think let us deal with the document that our staff, supporting staff, have consolidated and sent it to us. I think it has been with us maybe for 3 weeks or 1 month now. So I will plea to members of the committee that I understand we may have some different in terms of ideologies. But Chair, when it comes to these issues, if we are differ, we will discuss the issue. If we don't reach some consensus, we'll go to the votes. Then we will take it from there. Rather than trying to be on this situation where we'll be discussing some of the issues that will provoke us to come with counter debate or information, which I believe it's unnecessary for now. That will be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Malinga, and I would just like to thank you for your suggestion on that members can send obviously any motivating for any other options. We would love to see it. We would love to study it as well and add it to the list. I think it's quite clear from the document what what criteria was used, but this is by no means the only list. This is by no means the only options. I think we are open to suggestion, and this is one of the good things about how we've approached this. I don't want to be a committee chair that just decides we're all going somewhere and nobody has any input. This is the whole idea, is that we receive your input. I see Honourable Kilisa, your hand is also up. If I can perhaps just ask you to be brief, but I will give you the opportunity to make a closing comment. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. No, for me, it's short. It's just to say, Chair, we must not be made to feel like we have no right to disagree here. All the issues that I've raised are based on the document that is presented in front of us. And everything that I've raised, it is presented in this report. So it's not like I came with a completely different, criticism or raising issues that are not presented in front of us. We must not be made to feel like we have no right to disagree, because I disagree with these issues, and I do say why I disagree with the countries that are raised. I do, in my statements, back it up with the reasons why I don't agree with this, why maybe that should have been done. We must not be made to feel like we have no right, we must just be voting cattle here. Of course, at the end of the day, the GNU is going to do what they want. You've got the numbers.
Yes, Honourable Member, just from my side, I just want to make it clear that I 100% did really appreciate your input, and it was clear to me that you thought about it, and I think you made a really valuable contributions. So I'm sorry if you feel that it wasn't appreciated, but it really is appreciated, and I appreciated every single one of the comments that was made by members. I like the fact that members have opinions. I like the fact that we don't always agree, and that's the idea of this. I mean, if we all agreed, we would all be in the same political party. So I'm not trying to shut anybody down. Members, that brings us to the end, and I really do thank the members for their contributions. We will.
Chair.
I hear somebody on the platform. I don't see a hand.
It's Langa, Chair.
Honourable Langa, please proceed.
Yes, Chair. No, I just wanted to check. Maybe to be provided clarity by maybe the supporting staff as well, your Julius and them, as in the purpose of engagement around this subject of the international study tour today. What were we intending to get or resolve on today? And maybe give us a way forward, because I'm aware that there is timelines, especially when it comes to the budget and the financial year end. In terms of, I know it's been passed, but say, for example, our financial year end, if I'm not mistaken, is March. So if anything happens after March, and then what happens from there? If my question is clear, Chair. Because I'm hearing, Chair, that he is concluding now, and we've had proposals from the whip of the committee, and we've supported the proposal. But now I'm not hearing if are we concluding on the matter, or where to from here. And secondly, Chair, it is not fair that some members, as much as we are all allowed to table our views, that they will take a jab at some other political parties or at other members and expect those members to keep quiet from that. So I think one member raised that it's like Chair is giving one party member the platform, to just throw punches then when other members respond, because if you are provoked, you can't just keep quiet. We are in politics here. But the idea was that we work as a committee. So on that one, I also feel some somehow that the chair has given one member a platform to just take jabs at other members, whilst other members are not allowed to get the platform. So, Chair, I would like to get clarity then, maybe on my first question, Chair. I hope I was clear, Chair. It's just that I'm not in the right environment where I'm at. Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Thanks, Chair. Let me come in. I would support Honorable Langa because I believe this is our last meeting for this quarter, and it will be the last quarter, which is the end of the financial year. In my view, if any other activities which need to be done towards submission or beyond submission, it means we are not willing to take the static toll, because any decision should be made between now and January. Any static toll which needs to be engaged on needs to be in February or March. So if we delay it up to when we open in January, we must take it as if we didn't even started with the debate. And secondly, Chair, I would wish you to pronounce on this one. And lastly, Chair, as much as we are members of the committee, clearly understanding, I don't believe everything is attributed on failures of our government is attributed to Lutia House. We just keep quiet because we don't want to change your committee to be a political space for us. We must have that space aside of our agenda of the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Tikana and Honourable Langa. Maybe I'll just address the second point first. Yes, of course, I mean, we are in politics, and yes, politics will come into what we comment. I wasn't trying to shut Honourable Ndamase down in his reply, but I have, as a chairperson, I have to try and be fair to give everybody the same platform to speak their minds. And I think Honourable Ndamase did have quite enough time to make his point, and I certainly heard him defend his party. So it wasn't an attempt to shut him down at all. But as chairperson, I still do need to steer the agenda and the conversations so that we actually try and finish with the points that are on the agenda, and that we don't drift off into political debate too much. So I try to strike that balance. I'm sorry if it wasn't appropriate. I wasn't trying to offend anybody, but I try to steer the committee back so that we can focus on the work in front of us as objectively as possible. Then just the first point of procedure in terms of the study tour and how we apply for it.
Damase's hand is up.
Oh, I don't see a hand, but Honourable Ndamase, would you like? I'm
using a cell phone, Chair. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
No problem. Please go ahead.
Chair, let me say it categorically clear. I will never be offended. I'm never offended by the jabs that come to me at my age. I want you to feel to be clear there and be comfortable. I can never be offended by my honorable friend in this meeting. And I want to defend her right. She has a right to raise her views in this meeting. But of course, she must be ready to receive, because there is no way that I cannot raise and return the favor if he talks about Luthuli House. I'm not going to talk about the Winnie Mandela House, but the fact of the matter is we are here in the politics, and therefore politics will take precedence over anything, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noted on Ndamase. Members, then just back to the point about procedure, I'm going to give Masitlole the opportunity to just take us through the deadlines and the procedure as Honourable Langa has asked, and also the concern that was raised by Honourable Tikana that she's afraid we're going to miss a deadline. Masi, can I hand over to you to just explain, do we have a deadline? When do we need to submit? What are the time frames we're working with?
Thanks, Chair. There's no deadline per se, Chairperson. Parliament doesn't work. I'd say the operation of Parliament doesn't work based on financial years. So we can submit. For instance, let's say in April for the study tour, we'll still get the funds because there's always funds available that are made to ensure that Parliament runs smoothly. I think what will then happen, Chair, is that we'll of course have a management meeting with you yourself as well, where we then broaden the discussion on the study tour, and then finally then perhaps decide on the country. Then subsequently the processes to then start the study tour will then commence from there, Chair, but as soon as possible. I suppose since it's our last meeting, Chairperson, now we'll probably have a manager meeting next week where we'll finalize details of the next term. Then subsequently, that discussion of the study tour will then start from there. I'm thinking, yeah. Thanks, Chair. Julius can also add if there's anything that I'm missing.
Before in addition from Julius, Chair, I want to understand. We were engaging on the budget, which was 3 million plus, and we said some money is there during this financial year must be set aside for the study tour. Will that amount of money be incurred from April to March? That's my understanding, or I don't believe how the budget works with Parliament. That needs to be clear, Chair. I don't want us, because we're told that we were budgeted 3 million or whatever amount, which I believe we said we asked for a detailed plan. Does it mean if we don't use up to certain time? I always see on traveling arrangement that if you don't travel, you use your ticket up to so much, they won't be added to the next financial year again. If I can get clarity on that, be clear on that.
Okay. I see Honorable Langa's hand, and I hear Honorable Ndamase's voice, and I see Honorable Malinga's hand as well. So let's first give the opportunity to Honorable Langa, then Honorable Ndamase, and then afterwards Honorable Malinga. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think Honorable Tikana has covered me on seeking that clarity, but also, Chair, I think my question, I don't know if you did not capture it properly, but I wanted to check what is stopping the committee from resolving today in terms of where the study tours is going to take place. Thank you very much.
Before I give other members the opportunity to talk, let me just quickly answer that, because perhaps other members will answer that as well. The idea of today is to get the inputs so that we can consider, and especially inputs like on what Khilise has said, where she has suggested 1 or 2 other countries, looking at BRICS, looking at Africa. This was exactly the idea of today, is to get input so that we can come to the best possible solution. But it is not the intent that we go into any voting or make a decision today. Honorable Ndamase, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. It will be safe, I'm just saying it from my experience, it will be safe that we do not specify one country. For instance, when I'm proposing that we can go the Asian Tigers route, that gives you a number of countries. Because in terms of the international relations, you may still find problems in a specific country for specific reasons. So I would like, but if the meeting feels that you must have one country, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is you might encounter problems in terms of the diplomatic relations that might be affecting negatively or positively that particular country that you have chosen. Because other countries are going for elections and they may not be happy to have other people that are running around their country in terms of their attention. I'm just making an example. I'm not saying in this case there is that, but I'm saying it becomes safe to have a number of countries that you are suggesting. Then secondly, on the money side, now another experience as a secretary of an institution of legislature. The way the legislatures are treated financially, they are not treated as departments. You don't lose money as a legislature if you have not used it. If you are a department, you lose it. Because a legislature also have a treasurer. There is no one treasurer in terms of the law. There are two. One is Minister Kotongwana. The second one is Speaker. Speaker is a treasurer. So you can be able to tap on your money, but there are rules that you do to be able to safeguard it, to use it even in the next financial year. But my view is, Chair, let this be speeded up because we don't belong to one committee. Already COGTA has gone to Denmark and I was not part of that delegation of the ANC. So the sooner we do it, because the intention of a study tour is to be able to do your work in a term. So we can't go to a study tour the third year into the term. We should have gone the first year into the term so that we can be able to take those experiences into the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malinga.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there's no crisis, Chair. There's no crisis. Firstly, there's nothing that is stopping us as the committee to have a time frame to resolve this issue. As Marcy have mentioned that management will have a meeting next week. I think there are some input that Honorable Delisha came with this meeting. So that's why I said here is the consolidated document from our supporting staff. So there was a proposal from Ndamase and the Honorable Delisha. I think let us put this information in writing. My humble request will be for Honorable Delisha to send it to you, Chair, or the Secretary of the committee, and Ndamase do the very same thing, Honorable Ndamase. Then on your meeting next week, you discuss it, you share this information with us as the portfolio committee. Then we take a decision that this is what we believe we want to do. Then the supporting staff, as early as possible, they are dealing with the preparation of the documents to those relevant department, so that we won't have the situation where one will say, you guys, you came late or whatsoever that may come. And we must remember that next year, the issue of LGE is coming in. So the portfolio committee, our respective parties will have different things that we are doing. So for us to deal with this issue earlier and have dates earlier will make our life easier. That will be my last submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, thank you for your time and all the different inputs. It will all be taken to the management committee next week, where we will consolidate all the inputs given, and we will also communicate on a way forward. I'm also eager to narrow this down to something which the whole committee will be happy with, and we will in the management committee consolidate all of the information. Members, with that, it is now 1:30. I will now bring this meeting to an end. Thank you for attending. Thank you for your proactive input. We really do appreciate it. And the meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
When you call 60 years, got
Recording stopped.
Malinga, nimi elder, man, nimi elder.
My uncle.
Unandamasi uyagula.
Nimi elder.
And wena mama uXaba mama uTikane manje ngadili noNdamase sizoba senkingeni. Yanixelela.
Kanjani ngoba imini umuntu ogulayo ugula kanjani Ndamase egula mina?
Xa kwezezakhe lobona abagulayo.
Imini umuntu
ogula xa kwezezakhe.
Ndamase.
Siyamfuna weekend special nanti.
Usebuyile.
Ndiyamfuna.
Ukhona weekend special uyena manje ophethe as party leader. Khona ufuna Antoni ke manje.
Sonke sibengafanga wena Malinga lapho.
Hayi wena musukubheda wena. Yindaba ungahloniphi umhlangano. Umuntu uyakhuluma wathi. Hayi bas madoda.
Uma sekukhulume yena uNdamase kusuke sekuphelile ngesingaye. Yabona
cha wezwide ngiyamkhuza kahle.
I-mentality of elders ungayinaki Malinga. I-mentality yabantu abadala le.
No ngeke ngayinaki mangabe bengamkhuzi ngizomfaka induku la emhlanganweni. Ngiyangidala ikhehla mina abe.
Unesibindi ke bona ukuthi ushaya abantu abadala.
Hayi ngizomfaka induku uzobona nje. Thola ukuthi umuntu omdala unendlela yakhe yokushawa yabo kahle. Hayi kabi. Hey. Uyahlupha la ngoNdamase hey. Hayi siyabonga.
Hey, yeah, no, it's fine.
Head office, and indeed, though they arrived late, 23 April